Good morning. We are back. We are back once again. Once again, we are back. Let's see. So let's do good morning. I'm in the process of learning about using the Stripe API by building a donation site. If you are new here, free to just lurk or try commands for context. Got that there in the message. Let's head over to Discord. We'll make ourselves a little Discord event. We will select the stream. Put that there. Next. Need to come up with a better way to audit this shit. The thing about automating stuff is like if you automate something, you're really committed to it, right? And so sometimes at 4 o'clock in the morning, I question my commitment to waking up to stream. And so I always feel bad if I create a Discord event and then people think I'm gonna stream and then I end up not streaming, you know? I don't wanna be that guy. Alright, Discord event made. Let's see what's going on over here. Oh, good morning, folks. Hello, Aaron Jones. How do I make my PowerShell look as cool as yours? ZSH? ZSH? No, ZSH is more of a Linux Mac OS thing, not something you really use on the Windows side. So here, I'm gonna give them to you in order. Good morning, Oblivious. Good to see you. I'm gonna give them to you in order, Aaron. So the first thing you're gonna need is you're gonna need my PowerShell profile, which I just put in the chat there. You're going to see a link come through. That's my PowerShell profile. So that's what's going to give you kind of like the base functionality that I have going on in my prompt. And then to make sure that you have the ability to make your prompt look like this, you're going to need an Oh My Posh configuration. So Oh My Posh is like Oh My ZSH, right? So very similar to that framework for making ZSH prompts really pretty. And then the last thing you'll need is my font, right? You need my font because that's referenced in my PowerShell profile, or that's what the font I use in my terminal to make things look the way they are. And then if you want to do, actually, I think those are the only three things. You don't really need NeoVim because you're not really going to edit things. You're talking about PowerShell specifically. So those are the three things you'll need: font, Oh My Posh, and PowerShell. And if you're wondering what the hell is Oh My Posh, well, here you go. Oh My Posh, you can find that here, and they've got great docs there. ohmyposh.dev. I do have a NeoVim config, so here's my NeoVim config. That'll pop there in the chat. And then here's just the docs on Oh My Posh, in case you just want to read up on that. So that's all my stuff. Hey Veds Improvin, how are you? Good to see you, man. Phew, got finished replying to your shorts. Anyways, what are your plans for nowadays? Learning Go still, making new things, Advent of Code completed. So Advent of Code is completed. We had 24 stars this year. We got all the stars. The plan is basically going back to just what I've been doing all year, which is just basically building things on stream that I'm interested in. And so right now I'm learning about how to use the Stripe API by building a donation site, essentially. Good morning, Muaz. Good to see you. Sorry I missed your message there. Good to see you. What's up, Bob Knoll? Volk? Hey, look. We got the whole crew here. We got a bunch of familiar faces. Hope your Christmas was good with fam. Yeah, our Christmas was great. Our Christmas was the most low key Christmas we've had in the 17 years of being together. Me and my wife both have divorced parents. Her parents divorced when she was like 2 or 3, and my parents divorced when I was a junior in high school. So we kind of have opposite ends of the spectrum in terms of like how at what point in our lives our parents split. But for most of our relationship, it was always kind of a four Christmases situation where we would go to her mom's house, we'd go to her dad's house, we'd go to my mom's house, we'd go to my dad's house. And her dad always lived here in Kansas City, and we lived in Joplin for most of that time. And so we were always traveling either before Christmas or after Christmas, right? And this year we didn't have to travel at all. This year actually we spent the whole Christmas or the whole week of Christmas here um, in Kansas City, which was really nice. So yeah, it was great, and I think my kids loved their presents, or at least they didn't say they didn't hate them. So yeah, it was good, man. I hope yours was it was. I hope yours was equally as good. We don't mention the fact that yesterday I spent an hour or two solving the problems for arrays and functions from Free Code Camp. That's awesome, dude. Keep grinding, man. Keep grinding. I love it. Omer, good morning. Good morning to you as well, sir. I hope France is. I hope all things in France are well. Sounds great. It was great, man. It was. I appreciate that. It was great. It was one of those weeks where you just kind of have to take stock of the blessings in your life, and you know, yeah, just be extremely grateful for for everything you have and all the stuff you've been through, and yeah, just a good time in life to reflect and think about where you want to go next. So today is going to be full HTML to lessen the load. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Keep going though, man. It just, small steps climb mountains. It's just one foot in front of the other. Over and over and over and over and over again, you know? That's all it is. People make it more complicated than it needs to be. What are you coding today? We are working on a donation website. So if you've ever seen one of those buy me a coffee sites, very similar to like Kofi.com. If you type in KOFI.com, you'll find something pretty similar. Or if you've ever gone to buymeacoffee.com, it's just like these services that basically allow creators. You see it a lot of times on people's open source GitHub repos, or you'll see it a lot of times on people's link sites where they'll basically just have a link that people can click on and contribute some money to their you know whatever the creative endeavor is that that person enjoys and just wants to kind of be a patron, right? But you do it under this guise of like, hey, let me buy you a coffee for that thing you made that one time. So I'm building a similar site for myself to learn about how to use Stripe to collect money from strangers on the internet. Because I figure at some point in time, I might want to actually use that skill in like a real project, right? I might actually want to really sell some software or really, charge people for a service. So it's a learning exercise, but it's a learning exercise with an end result that's actually useful to me. So that's what we're going to work on for the next couple days. I don't made it to my fam. We're not so much into Christmas. I'm here working. Oh, no worries, man. We're not all close to our families. No big deal. I hope work's going well. Aaron Jones, what's the difference between the regular release of something and a nightly build? So nightly builds are kind of a CI/CD practice, this idea of continuous integration, continuous delivery. So the idea behind nightly builds is essentially if there's development activity going on every day of every week, and people are committing and merging all the time, there are projects that will say, okay, that's fine. So what we're going to do is we're just going to ship a release every day then of all the latest commits, all the latest changes. And you can sort of almost think of it like a canary deployment or a canary release with the intended approach being that if you have a group of users who are constantly using the nightly build and are always interacting with the latest changes that are being merged into your code base, you're likely to sort out issues in your release process much earlier in the cycle, right? It's going to happen you're going to find out about a bug much sooner than if you didn't cut a nightly build and you only cut a build every week or every month or every 3 months, right? So there's sort of this understanding between the consumer of nightly builds and the producers of nightly builds that nightly builds inherently are a little less stable. They have the potential to introduce more breaking changes more often, but the benefit to the producer of the nightly build is they have software that's being frequently integrated and frequently tested very on in the software development lifecycle. And then for the consumer of the nightly build, they're always getting the latest changes, the latest bug fixes, the latest features, right? So that's like, if you want to use something like VS Code Insiders, or if you want to use Visual Studio Insiders, or if you want to use nightly builds of Aspire, right? So you sort of like are opting in as a user to be like, hey, I'll help participate in sort of the testing and the flushing out of the new stuff, but I'm also accepting the challenges that could come along with, right, breaking changes or bugs that are introduced in those nightly builds. Omer, okay, nice. What language? So for this project, I'm using it's kind of a Frankensteiny tech stack. Well, I shouldn't say it's a Frankensteiny tech stack. It's a Frankensteiny architecture. So I'm using .NET on the back end. So I built my, let me see if I can draw this out really quick. So I'm basically using a .NET API on the back end. And then on the front end, I'm using a React SPA, because I really only have a single page for the most part. Oh my goodness. So this is my, why can I not? I just want to be able to click in there. This is a .NET API, and then we have a React SPA. And so since it's React, I know you asked what language, but since it's React, we're using TypeScript. And since we're in the .NET world, we are using C#. Now, why I say it's kind of Frankenstein-y is these are not going to be deployed separately. Like, I'm not going to have a standalone front end and a standalone back end. The .NET API is going to serve the React SPA. So it's basically going to be deployed as a single unit, even though they're separate projects and they could be deployed separately. My decision has been to kind of keep this very straightforward and super easy. Is I'm just going to deploy this as a Docker container. So this will be a single Docker container, and this will go to my VPS. So I'll deploy, and I already have all this set up, so you can actually go to the site. Like if you go to grounds for support.c, that you can already start to see like we've been iterating on this. So this will go, the container will run on a VPS, and then the VPS will live behind a proxy. That's how this will all come together. So we have our VPS, and then we have our proxy. So that'll be what this ends up looking like. And we need some arrows. Boxes and arrows. That's how you know things are getting serious. Boxes and arrows. So yeah, that's what we're building. And that's the stack we're using to build it. With work, I mean university stuff with my Go project. Oh, nice. How is school? Are you? Why? Hold on. Why are you in university? It's December. Why are you guys? Shouldn't you guys be on break? Everyone else is on break. Aaron, so it's like when people choose a rolling distro in Linux rather than the LTS beta testing, essentially. Yeah, you can think of it as like a way to beta test, or basically it's more like it's even earlier than what I would say is like a beta test classically, right? You're like alpha, like you've basically pushed the release cadence as frequent as you can make it, right? So instead of producing a build every commit, which is probably overkill. Now you're producing a build every day, right? So you're shipping software pretty much as fast as your users can probably, as fast as your users would probably ever want to consume it, right? Or update to it. Solo Tabar. Hello, how are you, Solo? Good to see you. Radek. Hello, Radek. First time I've seen either of you folks here in chat, so thanks for being here. Really appreciate it. Aaron, there's winter semester. That's only 2 months till March of spring semester in my case. So I go back on the 5th. Oh, really? I didn't know there was a winter semester. I never took classes over winter break. I definitely took classes over summer break. So that's a new one for me. Are you guys in the States? Or are you guys abroad? You're in Cali. Okay. Yeah. No, I'd never heard of that. So like, are the classes like in like a couple weeks, or how long are the classes? Because when I took summer courses, they were like 6 weeks, I think, in the summer, or at least at the university I went to. Hello, crew. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope life is treating you exactly how you deserve. Which could be badly, depending on how you've been, but hopefully it's good. Gotta wait for that thing to start. My math class is 5 hours, roughly 5 to 6 weeks, heavily condensed. Yeah, okay, so it's like summer break. It's like taking a class over summer break. Okay. Man, I didn't realize that was a thing. Yeah, I guess you got to get them in however you can. 2 hours of sleep, but worth it. You mean you've only been asleep for 2 hours? Meaning like you went to bed and then woke up? You didn't wake up because of me, did you? I don't want to be the reason. I don't want to be responsible for you getting a lack of sleep. Hello, Duck. Good to see you. How are things in your world? Hopefully nice. Hopefully wonderful. I'm gonna get a hoodie real quick. It's a little chilly in the house. Yeah, I didn't sleep for a whole night. Went to sleep at 9, up at 11. Oh my goodness, crew. Bro, that's intense. I hope you don't do that every day, man. Sleep's so important. Like, sleep is probably, like, if you had to rank probably the 2 most important things for your health are your sleep and managing your weight. Like, based on the research, those 2 things probably are some of the 2 biggest predictors of long-term health. So I hope that's not a regular thing. Although I'm kind of a hypocrite because I don't practice the best sleep habits myself. I mean, I've gotten better, but I still am not perfect. Bob, I'm starting to get on my sleep track. I woke up right before the stream instead of being up all night. Oh, nice. Well, that's good. Yeah. Yeah, Advent of Code really kind of fucked you up, didn't it? Oh, man, I love this hoodie. It's so freaking soft. This was one of my Christmas presents for my mother-in-law. My wife's mom. So soft. Crew, I had issues with my code. I don't do that at all usually, only when code has big problem or when I'm all when I'm all night drunk. Nice, okay. Do those two things ever go together? Do you ever try to write code while you're drunk? Bob, it really did. Watching other streamers hack on it tickled my brain. I love to watch other guys hack. I was up actually last night I was up watching who was it? Um the guy who made the Bash course, You Suck at Programming. This guy? I was up. He was doing some sort of challenge. I can't remember exactly what challenge it was. This one. Cinecore OSCON 2012. I have no idea what this challenge was, but I watched him do it for like an hour. It is very enjoyable to watch people solve problems. Cinecore challenge. He finished it last night. Yeah, I have no idea what it was about. Crew, I explained to Unicode double linked list fully drunk a few years ago. Logic was spot on, but writing code was funny as fuck before AI bubble era. Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, so let's. So I was having some issues yesterday in NeoVim where it was basically registering some editor config settings that didn't make a lot of sense to me. So I'm gonna try to resolve some of that stuff today while we're working through this. Remove underscores from member name. Okay, that's CA1707. That's an analyzer rule, so we can get rid of that by doing editor config. And then we are going to go here. CA1707. I did it a week ago. It's intense. Yeah, it looked intense. It looked very intense. But I think personally I'm all full on the coding challenges for a little bit. You know? I'm full up. Alright, and then we'll see if this goes away. Let's restart the let's see, LSP restart Omni Sharp. Give that a restart and see if that gets rid of these warnings. There we go. Okay, we got rid of that one. So let's see what this one's about. Fix formatting. IDE 055. IDE 058. Okay. All these squiggly lines really bother me, so I have to go through and I have to resolve them all, or lest they drive me crazy. Okay, I want to disable this. Disable this one, so we'll go here. We'll go up here and we'll say analyzer severity. I'll do this. Then we'll go back. And again, we will restart the LSP. It's going to be boring for a minute because this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go through and squash all these configuration issues. All right, What are you complaining about up here? Fix formatting. I don't know why it thinks that this isn't formatting correctly. IDE 005. IDE 0055. Enforces consistent code style and layout across the project. Requires space within control. Oh, I know what it is. It's because, well, I know why one reason is. This is because it wants there to be a space here. This, I'm not sure though. Oh, there we go. Okay. Cool. All right, and let's go over to our source. All right, let's start implementing this guy. So, let's start writing some more tests here. So, when given invalid, it should return a bad request. This is going to fail. But we're going to make it not fail. Hello, Project Teslim. How are you? Good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I hope life is everything you want it to be. Sending positive vibes your way. Alright, so we have a failed test. And why is it failing? Oh, it's failing because I started up these. So this is why it's failing. Let's try again. And I poked myself yesterday when I was cutting an onion to make a sandwich, and it really hurts. Alright, here we go. Man, why is this all cut off? Is this because I'm in a narrow window? But you can see it definitely failed. So let's go make it pass. So we're going to go over to program.cs, and we need to implement a type to handle the request. So let's add a internal record is going to be a create payment intent request. Yep, that's fine. But instead of doing that, let me see. No, that's fine. So we're going to implement iValidatable object, which is an API that will let us and then we're going to check to see if the amount is less than or equal to 0. Yield return, yep. If string is null or white space. Great. New email attribute is valid. That'll work. Like it, I like it. That looks good. And then I forget how we use this. So this is going to come from the body. And so that's an attribute that we have to bring in with a namespace. And this is going to be our create payment intent request. And then we have to actually validate the amount and the email. So how do we do that? So we can do If we'll say, forget how I used this API exactly. iValidatable object. This is kind of like a built-in API that they give you in .NET that's very similar to like iFluent. You know, if you've ever used Fluent Validator, it's kind of similar to that. So, where's the docs on this? XXXYYXX9791. Why? Isn't AI taking over and whatnot? I saw Anthropic bot Rust, but AI is taking programming jobs. That was a very fractured message you left. Very, very chaotic. Let's see, hold on. Isn't AI taking over and whatnot? I don't know if AI is taking over and whatnot. AI is definitely having an impact on how people build software. But I am a 32-year-old dad sitting in his basement at 4:50 in the morning writing code because he just enjoys writing code. And so I will continue to do this for probably as long as I'm alive. And sometimes I'll use AI a lot to do it. Sometimes I won't use AI a lot to do it. So I don't really care if AI is taking over or not. I saw Anthropic bought Rust. The whole Anthropic buying Rust thing is news to me, though. So what are we talking about here? Anthropic bought Rust? Anthropic did not buy the Rust programming language or the project itself. However, the AI company did recently acquire the JavaScript runtime Bun, which is primarily written in the Zig programming language. So I think you got your facts wrong, XXYYXX9791. Doesn't look like Anthropic bought Rust, but they did buy Bun. Those are two different things. Hello, Sean. How are you? Or I guess I should say, hello, Shan. Your name is not really spelled like Sean. It's more spelled like Shan. So that's my bad. Aaron Jones. I like Primogen's take on how using AI is crippling programmers because of over-reliance on utilizing AI tools to build software. Yeah, and I think I like the Primogen a lot too, Aaron. Like he's the whole. I mean, the whole reason I'm doing what I'm doing right now is because I saw him doing it. You know, so like I love the Primogen. I think, and I also think the Primogen gets unfairly pigeonholed because I think he's actually a lot more complex as a human being than he comes across sometimes in some of his content. So I think some people write him off way too early on. It's kind of like Gary Vaynerchuk. I think a lot of people, the initial the initial impression they get from him leads to people writing him off too early on before they get to really know him or his content. But I will agree. However, uh, the thing is that you kind of have two schools of camps or two schools of thought here right now in this world. So you have software engineers who think that LLMs and AIs have fundamentally shifted the way we build software. And so as programmers and developers, we have to fundamentally shift. And so that the things we once cared about as developers no longer are important, right? So there's this attitude change where like fundamentally people believe software is going to be built differently. So being worried with all this fussiness that we used to have over code is no longer useful. And so if programmers are quote unquote crippled, so be it, right? There's basically a group of people who are basically saying using prompts to generate software is like people who use Python to build software without using assembly or C, right? So there are people who are making this argument that this is just another abstraction level, and so if you're a programmer or a developer, you need to just embrace that. I wouldn't really count myself in that world. I'm much more leaning towards the Primogen's take, where it bothers me whenever I use Copilot a lot and I turn Copilot off. It bothers me that I feel like I've gotten worse or that I'm less competent. That bothers me. And so I tend to go through periods where I use Copilot a lot and then I don't use it at all. And I kind of go back and forth. I turn it on when I need it. I use it when it makes my life easier, but I still want to be capable and competent, right? Like I still want to be able to write a for loop without too much thought or effort. So I see both sides of it, and we're not going to know who's right and who's wrong or how this plays out for another 5 or 10 years. So my response has just been to focus on building software that I enjoy in the way that I enjoy doing it. That's my approach to it. Shan, it is pronounced Sean. Okay, well then I'll call you Sean. Sorry, man. I utilize it as a tool to learn how to program better, though. Yeah, I'm with you, man. I use it like a tool too. It makes my life easier in a lot of cases. Um, and then there are some cases where I just want Copilot to shut up and leave me alone. What's your opinion on the redation of the files? How incompetent was that? The redation of the files. Oh, are you talking about like how Asmongold was showing that you could copy text from the Epstein files? Is that what you're talking about, Rampla? Also, good morning, Rampla. Good to see you. How is Copilot different from using a language server? Yeah, see that's the argument people make. That's the argument people make. And it's similar in some ways and wholly different in others, right? So it's one thing when you get dot completion to explore what things are available to you, right? It's another thing when you have an AI or a copilot that writes an entire method. You know what I mean? So like yeah, there's just there. It's difficult until you've I think it's difficult to explain until you've experienced. But for those of you in chat that maybe use Copilot or use AI in your workflow, I guess I'll let you guys tell me if you have the same experience. But if I've spent a week writing a lot of software using Copilot, and then I turn Copilot off or whatever AI tool I'm using, when I turn it off, when I go to write my code, I have this weird pause behavior where I'll hit return on a new line and then I'll just kind of sit and wait. Or I'll start to type a loop and then I just kind of sit and wait. And it's almost like I've developed this habit of now I'm no longer thinking about the code that I want to write or the problem I want to solve. Now what I'm doing is I'm basically typing text and waiting for Copilot to fill it in, and I'm just going to read it to see if it's right or wrong, just like this, right? And so it's like sometimes that's really helpful, sometimes that's really good, but I don't like necessarily having that feeling of like, wait, why does it take me an extra 3 seconds to remember how to write this loop? That doesn't feel great to me sometimes. So I think AI is a very personal thing. Like obviously if we're talking about work and your job is like, hey, you have to use AI or you need to get the fuck out of here, that's a whole different conversation. But like when you're talking about building software yourself for yourself in your own time where you're in charge of all the decisions of how to use it and when to use it, I think you should just go with your gut. Like you should just do what feels right to you. Aaron Jones, like writing code from comments or UML? Uh, I well, does anyone really write code from UML? I mean, really? I mean, really? Hey, what's up, Waffle? Good to see you. I use it for tests to write the software, then I write the tests myself. The tests are, yeah, I use all the time for helping write tests for sure. I wrote like 10 tests yesterday with Copilot. Waffle, a human brain is optimized to do the minimum effort required, so if something is doing the complicated bits for us, our brains wouldn't have the natural tendency to do the hard work. Yeah, yeah, this is true. And so that's why I don't know. I fight back and forth with myself. I think I've made a bunch of content around this and I've tried to express kind of my nuanced thought about it, but I really appreciate what LLMs let me do, but I'm also kind of I'm kind of unsure about the long-term impacts of using them. You know, like when I think about if my son had to write a research paper, would I let him use an LLM? I don't think I would, because I want him to go through the process of writing. Because writing is basically a manifestation of thinking. And I want him to think through the problem, because I think there's something that is gained through the exercise of trying to organize one's thoughts and consolidate information. There's something about that process that makes you better. And if you outsource that thinking to an LLM, you've missed the opportunity to be better. And so as a father, if that's the conclusion I've come to for my son, why would my skills or the work that I do be really any different? Right? So I think maybe context is what matters here. Context about what you're trying to accomplish. Are you trying to write software as fast as you can to satisfy the requirements of the customer and deliver stakeholder value? Well, fucking crank up those Claude Code instances. But if you're trying to write code so you can better yourself or learn or enjoy getting better at your craft, maybe don't. Doesn't it take away from the process of reading an API to learn about what one is implementing? Yeah, it definitely removes that need, which is why you can move a lot faster, because you don't necessarily need to know how to use anything anymore. You can just kind of outsource that to the LLM and then stumble your way through it. Aaron, does that same argument go with how teachers hated sourcing Wikipedia? I don't know if it does. I grew up when I was in high school, when I was a freshman or sophomore in high school, we weren't allowed to use Wikipedia in papers. Like you weren't allowed to cite that stuff. Uh, then I hit college and I had professors recommending using Wikipedia. I think that teachers' issue with citing Wikipedia had less to do with it robbing you of acquiring the knowledge yourself. I think it had more to do with the fact that at that point in time, the internet was seen as not reliable, that Wikipedia was not seen as a good secondary source of information, that in order to have reliable, credible citations, you needed to go to primary sources or credible sources. And I think that changed. Like I said, when I was a sophomore in high school, that would have been 2009, 2008. Wikipedia was seen as like, well, that's the internet. Anybody can edit it. It's not valid. Yada, like the perception of what Wikipedia was very different from what it was even 4 years later when I was entering college. So I think that was, I think those were, I think that was a separate issue from what LLMs enable. Morning 199, good to see you. Man, yesterday was a struggle post Christmas, back to the grind. Got stuck so hard. Well, you're back, man. Just one step at a time. Small steps climb mountains. Hello, our national currency fell 2.5% today. Dollar and gold pushing all-time high, full throttle, let's go. I love Arvin every day when you come into chat. I love that you keep me updated on the the state of Iran or of Iran's currency. Aaron, but they source the information. Don't you think they're running into that same issue with LLMs and their implementation? To me, they're different things. To me, it's different things. I think Wikipedia does source their information. That's why I say that. I think early on when teachers were saying you can't use Wikipedia as a source, it's because they lacked an understanding of what went into producing Wikipedia. What was the editorial process? What you know what I mean? What they had heard about Wikipedia was it was just this thing on the internet that anybody could add information to and update and make up misleading, false information, right? It's like it just was a perception issue. I don't think LLMs are recreating that problem, in my opinion. I think LLMs are. I think the bigger threat to people with LLM use is that they're basically giving up their reps of learning to think to the AI, right? So you see this all the time. I don't know if you guys have friends that do this, where you'll be having a conversation about something, and they'll say, "Well, ChatGPT said," or "Well, Gemini said," or "Well, let's just ask Gemini," right? We've gotten to this place where we sort of people are deferring all their analytical ability to just, well, let's ask the LLM. Well, let's ask the LLM. Well, let's ask the LLM. And while I see the value there, I see the value in using these tools, I also have concern, right? So I just want to make that clear. I'm not all one way or the other, right? I see the value, I use it myself, but then I also have this underlying uneasiness that I want to make sure that I myself don't get worse as a human being or a programmer or a developer because I overuse it. When growing up, my parents would tell me to Google it, and now they say ChatGPT it. It's valid. It's valid. Sometimes Googling stuff sometimes using AI is a much more efficient way to find the information than Googling it, for sure, for sure. So that's why this is all very nuanced, because it all comes down to like how you use the tool and the intention you take to it and the context in which you use it, right? It's all very subtle, it's very nuanced. There's no like one statement to rule them all, right? Or one opinion to rule them all. That's why this is a very hard conversation to have, because human beings hate nuance, right? They just want to be able to say AI good, AI bad. That's like, it's much easier. Life is much easier when you can just AI good, AI bad. 199. Seeing people's brain turn to mush in real time with LLMs is downright sad. People at work let me ask Grok or ChatGPT. I just ignore everything they say because they're asking for opinions on things. Yeah, it's difficult. It's very difficult. Let's see. Will AI replace programmers? I think there's people who think they will, and then there's people that think they won't. And there are days when I think it will, and there are days when I think it won't. I think AI will not replace some programmers, but render the need for as many programmers, probably. Well, will probably reduce the need for as many programmers, probably. Especially in a professional capacity, probably. Will it outright replace them? I don't know. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know. I have thoughts, and they change every day, it seems like. Speaking of, let's ask the LLM. I hit a point in my last job where I realized my decades of experience just didn't matter to people anymore, since they could ask ChatGPT. Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't necessarily agree though with that attitude. You know, I still think there is value in experience. Writing a valid prompt versus filtering the search engine with keywords. Yeah, that's, yeah. Again, I think I can offer examples to you where I say, here is how you can use an LLM in a much similar way to a search engine, right? Probably a perfectly fine use. And then there are also ways where I can say, here's how to use an LLM where you never have to think for yourself again. Just you take whatever the LLM outputs, right? And so there's like a nuance, but the line between those two things is pretty gray, right? And so that's where it's very hard to make a blanket statement, if that makes sense. Sean, people selling some AI products say they will replace programmers by tomorrow just to sell their own product created by a team of devs. Yeah, there is definitely some hypocrisy going on in the world around this. That is 100% for sure the case. Um, yeah. What are you gonna do though, right? What are you gonna do? All right, so we should be able to, I think with that in place, do I need to call anything? I guess I don't need to call anything, huh? I just hook it up and let her rip. I thought I had to call like is valid. That's what this is what yeah, I have to add validation. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it. Builder dot services dot add validation adds the validation services to the specified I collection. Mike, yo, you stream anywhere else? No, I pretty much only stream here on YouTube. Where can I see the whole screen? Twitch, I guess? No, I don't stream anywhere else. This is the screen. There is no whole other screen. This is it. There isn't some other like code off on the side or anything like that. It's just this is all it's all just on this one vertical thing that you're seeing, which isn't the most which isn't the best way to develop, I'll be honest, but it is what it is. YouTube seems to be aggressively aggressively pushing vertical format versus horizontal format, so I just stream vertically. All right, why is this not working? Anyway, I can at least hide the chat. Yeah, you can hide the chat. There you go. Go for it, man. You're in charge of your viewing experience, so you make your viewing experience whatever you need it to be. But this is what you get. There's nothing else to watch. Good morning, Etienne. How are you? Good to see you. Huh. Why is this not working? I added the validation support. Emit validation info types that have I interface and no validation attributes. So this should work. I wonder why it doesn't work. Also, this can be null, which means I only want to validate it's a valid email. So if string dot is null or white space email is false and is false. Yeah, so basically if it's not null or white space, then I'm going to check to validate it. IDE 0100. Oh yeah, I'm gonna disable that. I'm gonna disable that. IDE 0 like this. And then I'm gonna restart LSP. Go. Santo, what's up, Santo? Well, I come to listen. Well, appreciate you being here, man. Do come. If you're watching Safari on iPad, you can have the code in the stream side by side. Nice. Nice. Not a bad idea. I've also been planning Stripe integration since yesterday, so good coincidence. Has anyone here been in an online boot camp? I want to join a 6-month boot camp. I just wanted to know if it's worth it or not. So, Mike, I am working on doing Stripe integration myself, but you're probably much further down the line than I am. You're probably also much more productive than I. Let's see. Has anyone? I've never been in a boot camp. I think the question about whether a boot camp is worth it has a lot to do with the cost of said boot camp. You know, like what does the boot camp get you for the money you pay that you can't get yourself somewhere else? To me, that's the question you have to answer. Is like, is it really worth it? I don't know. I don't understand why this isn't working. Minimal API validatable object.
Minimal APIs receive
validation. So I'm not using the type annotations, but do I need to use the type annotations? Can I not use iValidatable? Okay. Well, obviously I can just call the validate method myself, but it would be nice if I could just use the built-in support. So let's try real quick. Let's comment out that code. Let's remove this. And let's just add some attributes. We'll say min. So let's do min of 1. Okay, let's see if that triggers the validation. Let's see. Okay, well, I'm stumped then. This is like the easiest thing to do, and it's not working. Am I using .NET 10? I'm using .NET 10, aren't I? Yeah, I'm using .NET 10. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I guess what I can do is I can say is valid, and I can say rec dot validate, but I need a validation context. Gunhighs, yo, you're live and with C#. Oh my gosh, let's go. We are doing C#. We're not doing it very effectively, but we are doing it. I can't figure out how to get the iValidable object validation to trigger. Also, good morning, Gunhighs. Thanks for being a member, man. Appreciate you. I can't figure out how to get this thing to work. Effective or not, better in story than Go. Dang, man, you were not a fan of our Go side quest, huh? You were not a fan of it. All right, we're gonna turn to our good friend Gemini here. Let's see. I'm using iValidatable object interface in C# on a request for a minimal API route handler. However, the validation is not being triggered. I've already added the add validation method call on the builder services collection. Go is the goat. Go is pretty good language. I enjoyed our side quests myself, but I know everyone feels differently about that. Good morning, Danny. How are you doing? Let's see. Minimal APIs do not perform automatic model validation by default. They should, though, now. They changed that in .NET 10. So why are you guys gaslighting me? Why are y'all gaslighting me? I'm almost 100% certain in .NET 10. .NET 10 iValidatable right here. This is it. 10 built-in. Why do you do this to me? There we go. Add validation. Great. We also need to open our CS project file and add one line. Are you serious? As much as I dislike this extra step, I do have to admit that I really like Microsoft's solution. It registers the source-generated interceptor that powers the validation. Without it, the feature won't work. And since we're using source generation, the validation is extremely fast. A familiar approach many developers know, though I'm personally not a big fan of, is using attributes. However, if you are not a big fan of attributes like me, or simply need custom validation logic, there's a great alternative. Okay, so this was the step I think I was missing then. Let's see, let's add this. This was written in December of 2025. Oh, so this is super relevant. Okay. Well, shit. How would anyone have known that? Let's see if this works. All right, now let's try this. Please work. Please work. What is your opinion on object-oriented programming? I like object-oriented programming. I like functional programming. You know, I think some problems. Ah, shit, didn't work. I think some problems are probably better suited to an object-oriented solution. Some are probably better suited for a functional approach. I actually think it's a really interesting exercise to write a solution. I think it's a really interesting exercise to write a solution from each perspective. Like have a problem, solve it with an object-oriented approach, solve it with a functional approach, and kind of contrast the differences. And you can see like, oh, there's some similarities. Oh, there's some big differences. What are the trade-offs? What are the benefits? You know what I mean? I think it's a very helpful exercise to walk through. Okay, this is literally what I'm fucking doing, man. I don't understand. Let's see, look at this. Let's look at the source code. Oh, I have to subscribe to get the source code? That sucks. Is it because I'm using an internal record and he's using a public class? I don't know, we can try that. This should work though. Public sealed record. Oh, this is gonna complain because it's gonna say, well, like, you don't need this should work, man. This is frustrating me. This is like the simplest fucking thing to do, and I can't figure it out. Oh my goodness. Okay. No, we're abandoning this approach. We're abandoning it because it doesn't work. We're just gonna do this manually. Var is valid equals, yep, try that. That should definitely work though. Good morning, Komodo's Swag Dragon. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. I don't understand. All right, we're gonna bypass the automated testing. We're gonna do some manual testing really quick. I'm not gonna lie, this has me super freaking frustrated. New collection. This is going to be ugh. I think it's lack of caffeine. This is on HTTP localhost 7141, I think. Let's see. Raw. We'll do amount, and that's going to be equal to 0. Create payment intent. Oh, yep, we want to post. Okay, so why doesn't that work? Hey, Stefan, how are you? Just rocking my kid back to sleep and waiting for the coffee to finish. Ooh, that sounds nice. I just ran out of coffee, actually. I'm completely empty. So I need to go get more. Suppy? Suppy is I'm getting extremely frustrated that I can't figure out how to implement a single endpoint in .NET. that's what's happening. For whatever reason, I'm just gonna go look at old code because for whatever reason, I don't know how to do this anymore. It is so fucking frustrating. Let's see. What's the last thing we built with .NET? It's been a minute. Okay, let's see. So that's how I did it there. We're validating the request, which is good. All right, well, let's try this guy then. Let's try this approach here. So what do we want to do? We do request.validate, and then we new up a validation context. So let's try that. So let's do program.cs. Let's also move this below the redirect support. And let's, instead of doing this, we will do rec.validate, new validation context. we'll say, what did we say over here? We said, if any, then we return the errors. So let's do validation errors, and then we'll do, yep, just like that. Now, let's write that out. Let's Control R to restart application. Let's come back to Postman. Oh my goodness. We got a 400 response. Yeah. Let's go. Oh my goodness. What a pain in the ass that was. That took me 30 minutes to figure that out. God dang. I don't understand why the other reasons didn't work. So I need to do a little bit of homework on that. Why doesn't, hold on, let me save this. Homework. Why doesn't iValidatable object trigger in minimal API handler? Pretty sure this was added in .NET 10. I'm pretty sure it was there. Duck. Yay, I know, right? Make a buy me a coffee site with static HTML and CSS, making sure it's under 14 kilobytes, and use a bunch of optimization techniques. Dude, that sounds hard. That sounds hard. All right, so then the other thing we want to do is let's steal this extension method from this project. So results.validation problem. Okay, now let's try to restart this again. Now we'll see if we actually get the error message that we were hoping to get. We should get something like amount is invalid or something like that now. See, one or more validation errors occurred, status 400, errors. Yep, this is what we want. This is what we want. Wonderful. So the only thing I don't like about this response is I don't like the fact that the amounts are Pascal case. And I think I can fix that. So let's see, validation problem details, use camel case. Somebody already asked the same question. Let's see, property names generated in validation problem details, use Pascal case. Yeah. Validation returns error. Blah, blah, blah. Customize problem details. Customize. There's a new method. Customize problem details.net. Step and then make it curlable. The curlable thing is actually pretty cool. Yeah, for sure. It's very, very cool. That guy you suck at programming, he's the one that I saw do the making a website curlable, and I thought that was very, very cool. Let's see. How do I all I want to do is I just want to serialize the errors in camel case instead of Pascal case. That's all I want to do differently. This is a really nice pattern, actually. I've used this pattern quite a bit in APIs before. It's a really nice pattern, having a centralized global handler. See, handling validation. Here we go. Okay. So in his example, it's just being serialized to. He already has them properly cased. So why am I getting back amount? Let's see. Builder.services.add problem details. Let's do app.use status. Good pages. Let's also move this one up. Or reload it. Nice, we got trace ID added, so that's nice. So what's the... It's really frustrating me that I can't find answers to my questions this morning. Validation, problem, details, camel case errors. Let's see. Starting with C.NET 8, the custom converter for problem details were removed, favoring standard. You can specify a JSON naming policy to ensure dictionary keys like those in errors are converted correctly. Okay. Okay. Builder.services.configure HTTP JSON options. We want options. Whoops. options.serializer option dictionary key policy. Options.serializer options dot dictionary key policy. This equals JSON naming policy dot camel case. I do not want to use. I guess I can. That's fine. And with that, the 2025 season comes to an end. Looky there. Oh my gosh, look at that beautiful. Although now amount is now these two things don't match, but so fucking be it. I don't care. I don't care anymore. All right. So we have that that test should be passing now, which is lovely. What kind of project are you working on? Hello, Gushtian Usamba. I'm working on a. If you've ever used a Buy Me a Coffee website, it's basically like a donation. Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Green check mark. If you've ever seen like a Buy Me a Coffee site, it's basically like a donation website, and I'm building one myself. So instead of signing up for a service that has like, let me just show you an example. Let me just use visual aids here. So there's websites like Buy Me a Coffee, which allow you to spin up a donation website, right? But the whole theme of the donation is, well, hey, I really appreciate that open source project you built, or I really appreciate that song you shared on SoundCloud. I really appreciate that YouTube video you made. So let me buy you a coffee, right? It's kind of that sort of a thing. But instead of signing up for one of these services, I thought, hey, this would be a really great opportunity to learn about using the Stripe API to collect money from people over the internet. So let's sit down and build my own. So I have some experience working with the Stripe API because I've never done that before. And I might want to charge people for things I do online in the future. And it seems like that would be a good knowledge to have. I know somebody out there is saying, well, I can just have Claude Code do that for me. And yes, you are right. You can have Claude Code do that for you. But I would like to know how to do it. So I am hacking on this like a caveman at the moment. All right. And then let's do another one here that's, let's say, response dot. Actually, I'm not going to do that yet. So let's add another one here that says fact public async task. What does Copilot say? When given what? When given no, I don't want that. I want when given invalid email, it should return bad request. So let's do invalid email. Thank you, Copilot, for writing my test for me. I really appreciate that. Let's see what happens here. Steven, I have dinner cost analysis, and pay-as-you-go AI is far more cheaper than any subscription model. Steven, do you know how many requests you do in a month? You mean how many requests to like Gemini or Copilot? Is that what you mean? I could probably look and see. Yeah, I could probably look and see, but I don't know off the top of my head. Yeah, Gemini, I don't know. Does Gemini keep track of that? Copilot might keep track of it. I don't think Gemini does, though. We can look and click around and see if we can find it. Wonder where it would be. Gemini usage. Maybe they have a help article on that. Gemini usage stats. I bet they only monitor the CL. Looks like they only monitor the CLI usage. I know Copilot. If I go to github.com, I think if I go to settings and maybe usage. Oops, I think I'm on that page already. And then let's see. I don't know what this is showing me. Maybe Copilot? Yeah, I don't know, honestly. Oh, here we go. Looks like they track premium requests, maybe? Ooh, I should enable Opus. I should enable all these. Let me have access to all the models. You can use Copilot in memory to remember repository context across Copilot agent interactions. I'll enable it. Yeah, I don't guess I don't know how I would see how many I use. I mean, I can see I've used 24 of the premium requests that I'm allotted. Looks like all premium request SKUs. Yeah, I don't know, Suas. I wish I had a better answer for you. I mean, I bet it's pretty low. Like, I'll bet I probably don't get my full $10 a month usage out of it, or my $20 a month usage out of Gemini. You know. So I bet you're right. I bet I do probably overpay. I probably could get a better deal with pay as you go, but I'd have to actually sit down and run that math. You know. I don't think they have a user one. Fair enough. Let's see. Elias said hi. Hello, Elias. How are you doing? It's been a minute, man. I think you've been here before. It costs literal cents compared to $10 or $20. Ooh, interesting. So I might be being taken for a ride, is what you're saying. AI is free if you just Google. I will never pay for AI. See, that's an interesting thing people say, because that's actually my prediction with LLMs. Is I don't think people in the future will pay for access to LLMs. I think LLMs go to zero. I think LLMs become a commodity, like search is a commodity, you know? And I think people will monetize the large language models some other way. I'm not sure how they will monetize it. It's not really clear to me how you monetize that. I don't know if you do it through advertising in a similar way you do in search. But I think at some point electricity is cheap enough and compute is abundant enough that the companies just say, hey, like Google just says, hey, Gemini's free. Everyone can use Gemini as much as they want. And then they're going to monetize that on the back end somehow. Gushin, remarkable. You explained clearly how to learn programming while there are a bunch of resources. How to choose the best resource. Somebody, actually yesterday, I was having a conversation with somebody in the comments of one of my shorts about books that I was reading. And my opinion on books has always been that you can't really choose a bad one. That for the most part, any book you pick up, there's something you can take away from it. And so I think asking the question, how do I pick the best resource to learn programming, is the wrong question. The right question is, resource do I pick? Not the best resource, which resource? Because it doesn't matter which one you start with, it's probably not going to be the last one you use, right? So if it's me, I'm just going to point you at freecodecamp.org. So if you want to learn how to program, I would say go to freecodecamp.org and just put your blinders on and go to work on their curriculum. I just put the link in the chat. Then after you finish freecodecamp.org, you can expand to other resources. So I think spending too much time debating on like, should I use boot.dev? Should I use YouTube courses? Should I use Coursera, Codecademy? Like, you just need to pick one. You just need to get started. Debating which one's the best is just a way to procrastinate from actually doing the work, in my opinion. Let's see, Suhash. Yes, LLM access will not be paid, but I want to connect my personal diary to an LLM and maybe ask questions like how to take over the world. So I have to pay, like how to take over the world. So I have to pay for like OpenRouter. Why? So I don't think that's right. I don't think you have to pay for OpenRouter to accomplish that. You just need to turn your notes into embeddings and stick them in a vector database, right? That's what you need to do there. Or I guess fine tune your own LLM. Let's see, advertising in LLM is the scariest concept to me. I just don't know. I don't know how else you would monetize it, right? Like how else would you make money off of it if you don't charge for the usage itself? Aaron, do I set the lazylock.json path in local plugins for the NeoVim? Do I set the lazylock path in local plugins for NeoVim? I don't think I did anything with the path to the lazy lock. I think the lazy lock just gets generated by lazy when you install and update packages and whatnot, just like a package lock file in npm. That depends on the individual summer fast-paced learner, summer visual learners. Oh, you're saying like some different types. So maybe there are better resources for one person than the other. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. But I think you're wasting your time trying to figure out the right resource. You just need to pick one and go. Right? Pick one, try it. If you hate it, go pick another. If you hate that one, pick another. If you hate trying to analyze, sit down and create a spreadsheet and here are the 3 or 4 or that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying debating which is the best to learn something. It's just procrastination is all it is. You just need to pick one and go. Rampla, is there a coder Safant? I don't know what that word is. Safant? I've never heard that word. Safant likely refers to a jewelry goods distributor in Belgium. that must be a misspelling. Is that debate what people refer to as tutorial hell? It's not exactly the same. Tutorial hell is more like you've watched 3 6-hour YouTube videos on how to build a MERN stack app, but then when you try to build your own MERN stack app, you go completely blank. That's more of what tutorial hell is. It's where you spent 18 hours supposedly learning how to do something, and then when you turn off the video and you actually try to go do something with what you're supposed to have learned, you just stare at a blank page and you don't know what the fuck to do. That's tutorial hell, right? Where you're just stuck in this loop of I can only build things if someone's explicitly telling me what to do next and how exactly to do it. That's tutorial hell. Do you know they will train their AI models on your data, chat, and any information you share with the LLM unless you pay for the tier 1 subscription? Even that people will check if using automated abuse. I don't know what you mean. Who's training what? Suhas? Savant? Yeah, maybe Savant. A genius I would say the closest thing to a coding savant in the programmer community is people like John Carmack or, Dennis Ritchie or those kinds of folks, which I guess Dennis Ritchie's passed away now. Um, but yeah, those types of folks. Dave Plummer at Microsoft, maybe you'd consider a savant. Like I think I don't know. There's people who have had very big intellectual contributions to the field, right? And there's probably people I don't even know about who are more on the computer science side of things. But I think if we're talking programming, I think a lot of people would say John Carmack is one of the best programmers in the history of programming. Am I the only one who reads terms and services? Probably. Probably. You gotta kind of have a law degree to understand most terms and services. Born to Shine. Hello, Born to Shine. Thanks for being a member, man. I really appreciate you. Super kind of you to be a member. Good to see you again. Sean, I picked 5 things, got to intermediate level, and didn't know what to do. I'm just a loser, I guess. No, we all have moments where we don't know what to do, right? Like there's always going to be a perpetual cycle of learning. Like this morning, where I spent 30 minutes trying to figure out how to add validation to an endpoint that I've done a dozen times before. Uh, but yeah, tutorial hell is just more about that genuine experience of like, what was I doing for 6 hours if I don't remember how to connect to a Mongo database with Mongoose? What was I doing? That's the feeling. Mad. I give up on tutorials and reading books. Now, books are fine. I've not been a big learner of programming from books myself personally. I love books, but I haven't really used them to learn how to code much. But hey, find what works for you. No judgment here. I'm a permanent resident of tutorial hell then. It's a bad place to be, man. I don't know. It's just a terrible feeling. You spend 3 days watching a course and then you leave the course and you're like, wait a minute, how do I do that? Suhas, your Gemini chats will be used for training, and people will read your chat. The anonymized chat, yes. There are people in AI which will be trained on your chat history. If you have any personal or classified information on there, remove it now, especially GitHub keys and API keys. Load all of them from address on file or .env file. I see so many GitHub projects where the API keys are stored in plain text. Yeah, you shouldn't be adding keys to GitHub projects. I'm pretty sure GitHub now will send you an email if you do that. Like if you push up a API key into a GitHub repo, I'm pretty sure they detect that now and they'll actually send you an email to alert you. Good morning, Ryan. What you working on today? We are still trying to build that donation website to learn about the Stripe API. And we're also spending a lot of time chatting. And then there was about a 30-minute period where I was crashing out because I couldn't get validation to work on my API endpoint. So yeah, it's been a wonderfully productive morning. Not so much. There are plenty of legendary programmers. I'd throw Terry Davis in there, even though he may never have contributed useful software to the world. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I've never used anything Terry Davis has made. I mean, I've seen the videos of him. I think Terry Davis is interesting because it's almost like he gets a lot of credit for these videos that show him building this operating system. But like, did anybody ever use the operating system except for him? Right? Also, the story of Terry Davis is very tragic, the way it ends. Like, I'm not sure, like, what was Terry Davis's contribution to the field, right? You look at John Carmack. There's a very clear professional work history, right? How do I install plugins using Lazy? You type colon. So once you open NeoVim, you type colon lazy, like that, and that'll open up your lazy interface. And this is where you can manage the plugins you have defined, right? And then if you want to actually add a plugin to your configuration, you have to go into. Actually, that person just subscribed and I did not acknowledge them at all. What an asshole I am. One sec. Savvy Siffers, thank you for subscribing, man. I appreciate that. That is very kind of you. Thank you for subbing. Wasn't John Carmack from Doom? Yeah, he was. He's also was crucial in helping develop after Lucky Palmer, which is the guy who came up with the original MetaQuest. What was it called originally? Oculus. Um, John Carmack, I think, worked with Lucky Palmer as the CTO. But yeah, I mean, he's kind of a legendary programmer in terms of like the things he's done. Kind of like Tim Sweeney. Tim Sweeney, in a lot of ways, is kind of, I would say, in that same kind of ballpark, where like there's a lot of fundamental technologies that make up or they basically were able to make a lot of breakthroughs in particular areas that we now build upon those breakthroughs and take advantage of them now. I think now he has some sort of AI startup like everyone else. I don't know. I can't remember what exactly his company's called, but I think he has an AI startup. What was I saying, Aaron? Oh, to add plugins, you have to edit your configuration, and then in this directory, you'll have a plugins directory. There's a couple different ways you can do this, but this is, I think, the easiest way. You have a plugins directory, and then inside your plugins directory, you can create Lua files, and those Lua files just need to return a table of plugins, right? It can return a single plugin, or it can return multiple plugins. Kind of up to you how you want to organize that. But Lazy will just automatically look for this directory and load the stuff defined in the files in that directory. So hopefully that answers your question. NeoVim's a whole rabbit hole unto itself. There's just like it's a whole side quest. Hold on, I fell behind here. Stripe is a very nice API. I've used it like barely at all, so I'm learning. But I've heard good things about it. That's why I wanted to learn it, or learn how to use it at the very least. In a very simple case, I know I'm not exploring all the API, but I just wanted to have at least some working knowledge of it. I did use it. There's a whole community and Discord server of people who use this operating system. Oh, Temple OS is used by a bunch of people? Oh, wow. I did not know that. Wasn't John... Yeah, John Carmack was from Dune. I don't know if he made a contribution, but he made his own functional operating system, programming language editor, graphics system from scratch. You can boot it in QME, and it works. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I guess it depends on like how do you define a savant programmer, right? Ryan, how far did you get with the AOC machine startup? I got AOC completed. Yeah, so I got all 24 stars in Advent of Code this year. Was very excited about it. The only way to get out of tutorial hell is to try to solve problems bite by bite. Yep, you just got to kind of fight your way through it, 100%. Let's see. But if you say legendary programmer, John Carmack instantly came to mind first. Yeah, that's who always comes to mind for me, personally. People like him, people like Dave Plummer. I mean, the stuff Dave Plummer has done from like an enterprise perspective. I mean, Dave Plummer's also responsible for the hypervisor that the Xbox runs on too. So I mean, there's just people that have made really big, significant, fundamental contributions, right? That have really impacted the world in large ways. Terry really mastered his craft, but less real-world contributions. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, how do you define that? I don't know. Do you find someone just by raw skill, like raw ability, or is it what they were able to do, or what they enabled others to do? I don't know. I don't know how you would define that. Does the Lua folder pop up once I install a plugin, or do I have to create it? You have to create all that. So that's all your configuration. You can get started pretty easy. I think they have some starter packs out of the box. Let's see, Lazy mvim starter. So here's this. They have docs around it too. I don't want to tell you just to go read the docs, but they have docs. There's a what's it called? I think it's called Kick. Is it kick.mvim? No, Kickstart. It's Kickstart, I think is the name of it. And I think this is built on top. I think this uses lazy. So you could also take a look at yeah, I'm pretty sure they use lazy as the package manager here. So you can also take a look at Kickstart. This will kind of basically Kickstart or nvim Chad. These are like, I don't want to say they're like distributions of NeoVim, but they're sort of like starter templates, if that makes sense, right? Like you're new to NeoVim, but you don't really want to have to configure everything from the ground up. You just want to be able to sort of clone something down that's usable out of the box. You can take a look at some of those options. I think Kickstart is one people use a lot. There's also one that's called like, I think it's called nvim Chad or something like that. Yeah. This one I've heard good things about. So you can take a look at some of those if you're curious. I want to recreate the Doom engine. Go for it, man. Go for it. Ryan, congrats. Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, Advent of Code was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun to do. It always is, right? But I've never made it that far before. That was the furthest I made it in Advent of Code. I guess the original discussion was about savants, but I shifted it to legendary, which is a wider net. Yeah, but like, how do you classify a savant, right? Like, I don't even know. I guess you'd go by the definition of the word. I don't know. I think you have to come up with some kind of rubric to be able to pick like who goes into that, who goes into the S tier of programmers. There's an idea for a video. Let's make a tier list of programmers. The YouTuber name is Steven Freeborn. He's a very underrated YouTuber. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know if I'd ever consider myself a YouTuber, but maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be big enough to be a YouTuber. Right now, I'm just a random guy in Kansas who streams from his basement real early in the morning. I love LazyVim. Yeah, I've heard good things about. I use Lazy as my package manager, but yeah, LazyVim is good. Sorry for promoting my friend's YouTube channel. No, you can promote your friends all you want. Yeah, I'm fine with self-promotion here. I mean, I want you all to win, so if you guys have something you want to turn other people onto, go for it. I'd watch that. Nice, okay. Yeah, S tier programmer, or programmer tier list. You can try Lunar Vim, but the creator abandoned the project. Oh, that's too bad. I don't know. I wouldn't want to support a NeoVim starter pack thing. That would be. Can you imagine the pull requests and the arguments and the discussions you get into it with people like, but I think my plugin should be a part of the base pack. This is why I think it should be that way. Like I love the developer community, but at the same time I also like hate the developer community. Does that make sense? Should return created. YouTube, remove promotional material automatically. Oh, does it really? I just sent a message about subscribing to you. Did it really remove that? Huh. I mean, I see your message, but I don't, I guess. Or maybe I see one of your messages. Yeah, that's pretty harsh. So if I simply move the Lua folder into my config folder, lazy should just install it. It needs to be like this. I think the directory has to be... Whoops, I just deleted that tab. I think the directory has to look like... has to look like this. Lua, and then plugins. And then obviously it has to be in this location. Like you have to put it in the location that NeoVim will look to load it, your configuration. And that's different based on what OS you're on. But I think if you do that, you should be good. Damn, Suhas is beefing with YouTube. Okay, okay. Bringing the heat today. I see how it is. All right. We've got some validation. Let's go. That took way too fucking long. All right, so we got some validation here. Now what? Now that we have validation, we're going to use the Stripe API to create a payment intent. So we need to figure out how we use the Stripe SDK. So we probably want to create some sort of a facade. So let's add an interface. We'll call it iStripe service. And then let's add a class, internal sealed class. Yeah, we'll do something like that. And now let's go read the docs. Stripe documentation. And we're specifically interested in the .NET Stripe SDK. Okay, so we Stripe client pattern. This is the recommended pattern. God, can you imagine that somebody thought this was a good idea? Let's make a global configuration. I hate people who build client libraries and write code like this in .NET. I hate it. Static members on static classes, fucking hate them so much. All right, so what we'll do is we will new up a Stripe client, and we actually want to provide our own HTTP client too, I think. You can configure the library with your own custom HTTP client. Please refer to the advanced client usage wikis to see more examples of using custom clients. What is the systemnet HTTP client? Okay. So we're gonna need some sort of Stripe options too, right? Because we have to pass in our key. So we'll do internal sealed record Stripe options. And then let's do something like do something like empty, and then we'll do something internal sealed record, Stripe options setup. Private const string. Set that to section name. That. And then we can do up here at the top, we can do builder. So builder dot services dot configure options. And we'll do, yep. Okay, cool. So now we just need to implement that, right? So then the idea would be here in our class, or here in our control, our handler, we would have something like put this on new lines, this indentation. We'd have something like this where we inject. So we say from services, and we'll say I Stripe service, and then we'll have something that's like var result or create result will equal Stripe service dot create payment intent, like this. Now it'll probably be asynchronous, more than likely. It doesn't exist quite yet, but it will. And then we'll have something that checks the result to see if create result is failure. We'll return something like that. Otherwise, we'll do created equals secret. We'll set something like that. Of course, none of this exists yet, but it will. It will. Why doesn't it like that? I don't know why it doesn't like that. Steven's chat is scrolling. I know it is scrolling. Let me catch up. Sorry. There's a fine line between ignoring chat and being unproductive. Or a fine line between ignoring chat and being productive. Let me scroll back up here. Quick tier list. Carmack, Linus Torvalds, Richard Stallman, Dennis Ritchie, Barnes, Stroustrup, Turing, Alonzo Church, Dijkstra's. Yeah. That's not my tiers asking for ranking. Some of those guys I don't know. Like Alonzo Church, I don't know him. Obviously, Turing is Alan Turing, right? No, maybe that's somebody else. That's not how you spell that, is it? Alan Turing. Yeah, some of those guys I'd have to look up. I mean, Linus definitely has to be on that list, right? I mean, shit, that guy, talk about what he's done for the world, or at least in terms of technology. Will I can be considered at least in the top 10% of developers? I don't know what it would take to be in the top 10% of developers. Need to throw Ada Lovelace in there too, yeah. Yeah, that's like, where do you draw the line and how do you define who gets on the list? Ken Thompson, yep, that makes sense. Hello, Shiv, how are you? Sorry, I'm catching up. Yeah, I'm not really a good developer. Suash, you shouldn't talk about yourself like that, man. Positive self-talk is super important. Aaron, badass, just got it working. Let's go! We've seen the birth of a new NeoVim user on stream, live. It's been happening in chat. That's awesome, Aaron. I'm glad you got it working, man. Justina, thanks for subscribing. I appreciate you. Mason, what are we up to today? We are trying to build a donation site. That's what we're trying to do. But if you've ever seen like a buy me a coffee site that people can donate through, that's what we're trying to build. Dad's busy, let him cook. Yeah, I don't know how much cooking's going on over here. I misspelled Turing. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Alan Turing has to be on that list. You know? Has to be on that list. I don't think I know enough, really. I'd have to do some research, right? I don't think I know enough. Like, I don't think I know enough about the computer science field at large, right? To build that tier list, but I think it would be fun to have a conversation about it, you know? Mason, how to get good? How you get good at anything is you got to do it a lot. That's the only way I know. Aaron, does Windows have a similar thing to Bash? Is that what batch files are? You can use batch files. I use PowerShell. So yeah, so you can use Bash on Windows. You can use Git Bash on Windows if you prefer to kind of stay in that world. You can also use, there's a thing on Windows that you can set up called WSL, which is Windows Subsystem for Linux, which basically allows you to do Linuxy things on your Windows machine. So if you'd like to be able to have access to Bash on your Windows machine, you can definitely do that. But I use PowerShell. So you can do PowerShell, command prompt. Yeah, up to you. I set up WSL, but then it broke and I cried. Yeah, WSL will do that to you from time to time. I've had pretty good luck with it. From time to time, I have issues with like Docker Desktop just randomly shutting down, which I don't know what that's about, but usually just restarting Docker Desktop fixes that. Steven, you should do a YouTuber tier list. Oh, I could do that for sure. Yeah, I owe a lot of my knowledge to a lot of people who make free YouTube programming content. A lot of my abilities come from that content. So I could most definitely make a tier list there. I'm the top developer in the world. There you go. Let's go. Manifest it. Exactly, Sean. Manifest it. Positive self-talk. Apparently they made a sequel to WSL. They did. Yeah, WSL 2. This is a thing. Steven, during your stream, dollar went up 1%. Oh, is that a currency? What is dollar? Is that a currency? Dollar. Are you just misspelling dollar? What is dollar? Not familiar with that. PowerShell is like the polar opposite of Bash as far as verbosity, but it's way more modern. Yes, it is very verbose. PowerShell is definitely verbose. But if you're from the Windows C# .NET world, you know we don't care about verbose. Yeah. I mean, I honestly wish I knew more PowerShell because I know enough PowerShell to like do some stuff on the terminal and to write some really simple scripts, but you can do quite a bit with it, you know? So I wish I actually knew it a little better as a language itself. Aaron Jones, what's buff type in Neovim? I do not know. I don't know. I'd have to Google that. Arvin, I meant US dollars. Oh, I'm over here looking for doolars. Suas, manifesting, I am the United of Nations, united humanity under one banner to extinguish poverty and interspecies violence. Okay, manifest it, man. I don't think you want to be in charge of all that, Suhas. I don't think you want to be in charge of extinguishing poverty and interspecies violence. That sounds like a difficult job that doesn't pay very well. uh, yeah, it seems like a difficult job that don't pay very well. I'm gonna run upstairs and get another cup of coffee. I'll be right back. That was a big yawn. See, I need coffee. Manifesting, I am a billionaire. I I own $1 billion. I would like to manifest that too, or I'll join you. One day I will be. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna do something realistic. One day I will be a millionaire. One day I will be a millionaire. One day I will be a millionaire. You got to manifest these things, you know? It really does work. I really do think positive self-talk is it. I'm not saying that manifesting things really works. I'm saying positive self-talk really does work, you know? Like having a mantra, repeating it to yourself over and over again, like soaking your thoughts in the thing you want to accomplish. It really does work. I really do believe in it. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get coffee. If you're headed out, if you're not gonna stay because I'm leaving and there's gonna be an empty chair here, I totally get it. I will be back, but if you're leaving, thank you for hanging out as long as you have. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm just gonna run upstairs and get a cup of coffee. All right, I'm back. Ah, sometimes it feels good to move your body. Actually, every time it feels good to move your body. All right. What has chat been talking about while I've been gone? I cannot pronounce billionaire. Hello, Toad Sage. Good to see you, man. What's going on? Oh, we were manifesting, Toad Sage. That's what we were doing. Imagine somebody comes into the stream and I'm just chanting, "One day I will be a millionaire. One day I will be a millionaire." Uh, Steven, I think you will love this book called The Power of the Subconscious Mind. Okay, I'll have to add that to my list. I've never read it. Manifest, I will be a millionaire. Universe presents an inflation running out of control. Oh, God, Bob. I didn't think about that. That's one of those be careful what you wish for type of situations. Steven preparing for a strongman tournament. Oh, dude, I love to lift weights. I've never done any strongman competitions, but I love to lift weights. Always have since I was like 11, 12 years old. I started working out when I was probably 12. Every day. I've probably worked out I would say 95% of the days between the ages of 12 and 32, I've worked out almost every day. So much fun. All right, we want to what do we want to do here? So we have a service. That service is going to call the actual Stripe API, and I would like to have a result. And I think actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep this simple. Let's keep it simple. Let's have a tuple, and let's say this is results, and this is value. We're going to use some of that Go code. So we're going to say if result is success. If is success is false, then we're going to say v dot secret. Let's actually call this intent. And then we're going to come down here, and we're just going to say status is 500. We'll say results dot internal server. let's come down to the interface and let's actually implement this. So we'll say task bool is success, payment intent. It's fine. Although I don't think I actually want to, I actually don't want the stripe model in the signature of my interface. So I think I'll just do an intent, which will be defined somewhere. For now, it'll just be an internal sealed record of intent. And then we'll just implement that. And now everyone should be happy, I think. No, I do not want to implement with Copilot. Oh, that's a new one. I haven't seen that before. There's now a analyzer for. Oh, this must be for code action. Interesting. So I'll bet if I open this in Visual Studio Code, I'll bet there's a code action now that's like implement with Copilot. Let's try that. I haven't seen that before. Let's see, grounds, CD, grounds for support, code. This is a new one to me. How to fix my font? What do you mean how to fix your font? You mean you need to change your font? Is that what you mean? Let's see. Does this have a code action now that's like, oh, whoops. Write that out. Oh, no, it doesn't, huh? So I wonder where that comes from. It's coming from my LSP, but I don't know. IDE 3000. That's a new thing. IDE 3000. Mew. Not the cat sound. Mewing. Oh, are you guys talking about where kids like tilt their head and like, you're talking about that kind of mewing? I have weights in a power rack in the room behind my office. I've given myself 0 excuses and still don't lift. Advice on not being a lazy piece of shit. Well, first off, that's awesome that you have weights and a power rack right there. That's awesome. It's the only way to live. I think everyone should have a home gym or a gym near where they live or work, one or the other. Make it really convenient. Like, it takes all the logistics out of it. How do you... I don't really know how you go about not being, or how you make yourself do it. I personally am of the opinion that in order for something to become a habit, it has to become part of your identity. What I mean by that is, it has to become part of the story you tell yourself about yourself. For example, I'm guessing, Bob, in your head, there is a story that you tell about yourself that you're a developer, that you are a programmer, right? Like, I'm sure there is some story about that you tell yourself. To me, if you want to be somebody who lifts weights, you have to start updating that story in your head to include, I am a programmer, I'm a developer, I'm somebody who writes code every day, to also include, I'm somebody who lifts every day. Just like I'm somebody who brushes my teeth every day. I'm a good dad. I'm a present father. I'm a good husband. It has to become part of like the story you tell about yourself. That's really the key, in my opinion, to like turn something into like a long-term maintainable habit. Now, how do you make that switch? I don't know, but I think that's the end destination, is it has to become part of your identity. Otherwise, it's just a temporary thing. You start it, you stop it, you start it, you stop it. It never really cements itself, in my opinion. Why your cup has an LED light on it? Oh, this is an Ember mug. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen this, this is a mug that has Bluetooth technology and it keeps your coffee hot. But it's better than a hot plate because a hot plate actually burns your coffee. Like it will just continue to heat your coffee up. As long as it's on the hot plate will keep increasing the temperature of your coffee. The Ember mug maintains a temperature. So you can set a temperature of 120 degrees, 135 degrees, and the mug will keep it there. So if you don't know about Ember, you should go check them out. If you're a coffee drinker and you find yourself reheating your coffee, you should go check out Ember. Not sponsored. Would love to be sponsored, but not sponsored. Unique UX. Hi. Hello, Unique UX. Good to see you, Kyle. Hope you're doing well. Is Steven talking about he's buff? No, I am not buff. I just like to lift weights. I'm not buff, but I like to lift weights. It's actually part of my identity now. Every time someone asks me to, do you go to gym or something like that, reinforce it. Yeah. Yeah. I think all that time I spent personal training folks, the folks who I worked with 10 years ago who are still lifting weights to this day, and the folks who I worked with back then that aren't lifting weights now or aren't working out or just have some sort of movement practice. And by movement practice, I mean yoga, Pilates, weights, running, walking, whatever thing it is that gets you up and moving. The thing I see with people who stick with it versus people who haven't stuck with it is it becomes like a core sense of their sense of self. You know, that's the biggest difference I see. When I had success in the past, I spent so much of my day just thinking about lifting or eating properly, but the time was almost exhausting. Yeah, there's a fine line. There's definitely a fine line between obsessing about it and it being just part of who you are or something that you do, right? There's definitely been times in my life where I've obsessed over it and it's probably taken way too much of my time and energy for sure. But yeah, the folks who I see, like for example, my father-in-law. When I first met my wife, I was in high school. I was 15 when I met my wife. But when I first met my father-in-law, you know, he knew that I was super into working out, but he wasn't at all, and he wasn't at all for a long time. Like probably, I don't know, probably it was 5 or 6 years into dating my wife before he started getting interested in the gym. Why he got interested in it, I'm not really sure. I think it was just maybe getting older and wanting to get in better shape and stay healthy. I'm not really sure, but there was like this switch that flipped in his head where like for so many years he had always described himself as not a gym guy. He'd use those exact words, I'm not a gym guy, right? And then at some point, like that story that he was telling himself flipped. Like he, you know, and then he was a gym guy, right? He went to the gym, and then he eventually moved sort of from the gym to he more enjoys yoga now. But it was very interesting. It was very interesting to see somebody like rewrite that story and how powerful that was to change how adherent he was to exercise as a daily habit. Um, and I see that same thing play. I saw that same thing play out with personal training clients when I was working with folks. Like I'm just somebody who exercises. I'm just somebody who eats healthy. I'm just somebody who drinks water, right? Like it just for whatever reason it like becomes a part of them. But I'm not sure how to catalyze that though. That's the part. If I could figure out how to catalyze that change, I'd be a millionaire. I'd be a multimillionaire. Unique X, he's buff, trying to be humble. I'm not buff. I'm just a dad. I'm just a dad who lifts. That's all. Neurodivergent buddies. Sean, so many ADHD people here. I'm obsessed with a lot of things, but my obsessions have cycles. Yeah, that seems like a common thing. My wife is kind of the same way. Um, I always joke with my wife. I'm like, I'm always concerned that maybe I'm one of those obsessions, and at some point, that obsession is going to end. She tries to assure me that's not the case, but I mean, you never know. Unique EX. I try to identify as introspective and not acting out of ego or survival like David. I think that's a good way to identify. Bob Knoll, dad bod. Exactly, dad bod. Exactly. I'm a dad. I'm basically the way to describe my physique is I'm a dad who looks like he used to lift and maybe still does lift. I do need to lose weight though. I mean that's like managing your weight is so important for your long-term health, you know? So I do know that at some point I need to get some of this extra weight that I carry around off my frame because it's just not good for me. It's not good for my organs, for my internal health, you know? So at some point that needs to become a focus. Suhas, we don't believe you. You have to flex your body. Well, I'm not doing that on stream. That's a whole different kind of stream, Suhas. That's what they do over on Kick, or I don't know which streaming platform supports that type of content nowadays, but that's it's definitely not YouTube. All right, so the Stripe service is going to take a hard dependency on the Stripe client. So we'll say private read-only Stripe client. And we are going to take care of that in this constructor. Yeah, we can use primary constructor. That's fine. And we're also going to take a dependency on an HTTP client. So let's do HTTP client. And choose that. And then we're going to take the HTTP client, we're going to pass that in. There. So this says arguments to string HTTP client. But this is a new system HTTP. I wonder why you have to pass that in. What's the difference between system net HTTP client and HTTP client? What's the difference? I've never seen this class before. Also, this is a real thing now. So there's an analyzer now that detects whenever you've added that exception to a method, and now you're presented with a code action. And I don't want that in my code. Let's see. Let's figure out what this class is about. System net HTTP client versus HTTP client. What's the difference? The longer name is the fully qualified. Nope. They're two different things. They are two different things. Oh, I wonder if one is like a contract from the Stripe. No? Where is this defined at? This is oh, it is. Okay, it does come from Stripe. So this is like a contract. They basically wrap the HTTP client in their own HTTP client. So they must do something special in here that they need this wrapper. Interesting. I've not seen that pattern before. In .NET at least, I haven't seen that pattern before. All right, so now we have our Stripe client. We can actually use our Stripe client here. So I'm guessing our Stripe client has some sort of method that hangs off of it. That is files based, meter events based. I guess we want version 2. Billing core dot counts dot billing. We should probably go read the doc, shouldn't we? Let's go read the documentation. Stripe API documentation. So we do v1 payment intents service.create. Easy enough, right? Straightforward enough. I probably shouldn't use your profile for Oh My Posh without all your stuff, huh? If you want, you can use it if you want. You just have to add the dependencies that it calls. Like, I think you need to make sure you have PS readline set up. You have to make sure you have Oh My Posh there. There might be some other dependencies in that profile, but you can use it. You just have to figure out why it's breaking and then make sure that whatever it expects to be there is there. Unique UX. I think all my Stripe stuff is in an Edge function. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I've never used Stripe before, so I'm completely flying blind here. I mean, I'm not flying blind. I'm using the documentation, but I've never done this before, so I'm learning. Gotta get enough sleep to Sir. Yeah, you do have to get enough sleep, Red Spartan. This is an important thing. Sleep is important. Aaron Jones. Yeah, that's what I'm finding out. Well, Aaron Jones, let me give you a resource. Let me give you a resource that I think will be super helpful for you that you might actually enjoy way more than stumbling your way through that. So there's a YouTube video by a gentleman named Scott Hanselman. If you don't know who Scott Hanselman is, you should go and watch some of his content. He is one of the nicest guys on the internet. But he has a video where he walks through configuring his Windows terminal. It's a little old now, like it's 4 years old, but it's still, I think, a good resource. So let me send that over to you. I think you'll really enjoy it. And you can just kind of follow along with him, and you'll basically end up with a really sweet terminal when it's all said and done. He uses Oh My Posh too. He was the one that introduced me to Oh My Posh. So I think you'll really enjoy that. Hello, Wilo Gamer Pro. Good morning, sir. How are you? Yes, we have coffee, and I'm not sure what that other emoji is, but this is my favorite emoji. Emotional Jared. Bruh, Google it. What do you mean, bruh? Google it. Let's see. Any relevant question, but do you know the difference between bi and gay? Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get into that conversation on this stream. I saw you completed all the AOC. That's impressive. I did complete it, man. But I can't take complete credit for completing all the advent of code. So day 10 part 2 I could only solve by going and finding another solution on Reddit. I had to basically take someone else's it, basically I took their solution, like how they solved it, and I solved it iteratively. So I basically re-implemented it myself. And then day 10 part 2 was like really fucking hard. And then day 11 part 2 chat helped on day 11 part 2. So like I had help for sure, right? But like yeah, I was proud of myself for sticking with it and not giving up and seeing it to the end and not falling off. So I was very excited when I got all 24 stars. What other things are there like AOC? I honestly don't know. I'm sure there's others out there. I found one of the new challenges I heard about this year is put on by a company called Sentry. I'm sure you guys have probably heard of them. Sentry. They like do sort of observability stuff. They put on, I didn't know about this, but I guess for the last couple of years they've been putting on a challenge called what was it called? Debug December? Yeah, Debug December. Which I thought was kind of interesting. I've never done it before. It looks like they've done it for the last 2 years. It's a little different. It's not exactly the same. I guess the idea here is more like you show up and there's a problem with code and they have some error messages and some logs and you sort of have to figure out what needs to be basically you need to fix the bug. That's basically what it is. It's more like a bug fixing challenge than a solving a particular data structure algorithm problem, which I thought was kind of interesting because this to me more reflects what developers really do every day, right? Is like looking at existing code and trying to think about like how do I modify this code, or why doesn't this code quite look doesn't quite work the way I would expect it to look. So that might be one to check out. Debug December. I'll put the link in the chat in case you're interested. But I don't know of any others. Leak Code is out there, right? Leak Code, Code Wars, those are all out there. Obviously, they're not really advent of code in the sense that there's not really like a story behind them or anything. You're just grinding at solving problems, essentially. Did you hear Expedition 33, the game, lost 2 game awards for using AI? Really? I don't know. I've not heard of Expedition 33, so I don't even know that game. But they lost awards for using AI. That's crazy. I'm really surprised by that. I would think the games industry would be embracing AI, you know? But I guess not. I'm glad you made it to the end, too. Me too, man. Yeah, I'm super glad I made it to the end. Suhas, I usually do not ask political questions, but what do you think about the Donald Trump situation? I just want to know the Stephen Freeborn opinion. Oh boy, Suhas, like you're coming in with all these like all these questions. What do I think? Well, I have 2 sons, right? I have 2 sons. One's 9, and he's becoming more and more aware of the world around him. And so these are opinions that I have to have. I have to have opinions on these things because I need to make sure my sons know where I stand, and I want them to hopefully end up with at least some semblance of their own opinions on it as well. And I want them to form those opinions with facts, you know. And so I think right off the top, it's very hard for me as a husband and a father to get behind Donald Trump just as a human being. He just does not seem like a very kind, generous human being. He does not represent to me what I would want my sons to grow up and be. You know, he's not the kind of man I would want to grow up and be. So that's the first thing I think about Donald Trump. Now I know that doesn't matter a whole lot because we're sort of talking in terms of like what do I think of Donald Trump as a president. But I think some of who he is as a person kind of bleeds into the type of leader he is and the type of how he operates in the White House. I didn't vote for Donald Trump, you know, so that kind of tells you. I mean, that might tell you everything you need to know. Um, yeah, maybe that answers your question to us enough. Trump situation could refer to hundreds of different things. Like it could literally refer to hundreds of different things. Aaron Jones, yeah, they used Gen AI for placeholders. They won 18 awards and now they have 16. So I don't understand why they got their awards revoked. Was that like part of the rules for getting those awards? Was you couldn't use AI, or was that something that was like inferred? Seems very odd. Sean, what's the main purpose behind AOC? Similar to leak code or something? Yeah. It's just advent of code is just it's just a challenge that people do that's sort of holiday themed and kind of marks a period of the year, right? It's like makes the holidays more holiday. It's fun for nerds who like to spend their time doing that kind of thing. You get to challenge your abilities once a year in that world. That's kind of how I use it. Sean, is I just use it as kind of a milestone in my year where I get to challenge my knowledge of data structure and algorithms and have some fun doing it. And I don't really do anything like that any other time of year, so it's just a nice change of pace. Unique UX, it's not, it's business. What are we talking about? The saddest part is it wasn't at the finished product, it was just in production, and the mark of time. I think I lost the conversation. Unique UX, it was a rule. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess if you violate the rules, you're going to lose. I mean, that's like people who took, you know, it's like college athletes who took money and then lost, you know, championships or awards because they violated the rules. I I'm not saying that I agree with the rules, but like the rules are the rules, right? And if you break the rules, well, what are you gonna do? Aaron Jones, I like the function on line 665 of your PowerShell profile. I don't even know what it is. Let's look. Let's see what is there. Line 665. 665. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's actually just a wrapper for the underlying for this underlying tool called the fuck. The fuck GitHub. It's like an underlying tool that is really, really funny. And I don't even know if I have it installed on this machine. I haven't used it, I think, on stream in a while. But like if you mess up a command, you can say fuck, and then and then it'll try to print you the right command. It'll basically try to infer what you were actually trying to say, which is pretty fun. I don't think does it work? Let's see. GI. Oops, that's not on. Let's do git p, and then we can say fuck. Yeah, I don't have it installed. Let's install it. I forgot about this. I forgot about this. Let's see. Can we install it with winget? Or do we have to use pip? We use pip. Yeah, that's a pretty fun Easter egg, huh? To have in your terminal setup. Imagine working with a coworker. You know, you're screen sharing with a coworker. You mistype something. Fuck. I probably have to restart the shell, huh? So we can do git p and then fuck. But nah, it broke. Let's see what's wrong. Module not found. No module named IMP. I don't know what that means. To fix commands recursively until succeeding, use the -R command. Man, we're really getting derailed. We're getting distracted a lot during this stream. What was the error? No module named imp. I mean, I guess I could just install that module, huh? No module named imp. It looks like somebody else have the same. You don't need to write a Chinese version. The owner is Russian. Everyone are from everywhere around. Check this comment. Pip uninstall the fuck. Get pip uninstall. How did he fix it? Hey, what's up, Anub? How are you, man? Good to see you. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Yeah, that's wonderful. Like, I love that. Thank you for reminding me about that, Aaron. Hello, Abdul. How are you? How did you set up your PowerShell interface? It looks beautiful. Well, thank you very much. You can get all my PowerShell, all my kind of terminal stuff here. So there's my PowerShell profile, and there is my Oh My Posh. Oh My Posh is probably what you need. If you just go check out ohmyposh.dev, you'll probably be able to get what you want. ohmyposh.dev. That'll probably get you everything you need to know, Abdul. Let's see, Aaron, did it work? It did work. See, right? So if I type get p, right? And then I'm like, oh shit, what am I thinking? And I type fuck. Now, see, it presents me with a list of possible commands that I may have meant instead. And you can cycle through them. It's just a funny little utility, you know? You probably aren't going to use it a ton unless, you know, you really get in the habit, but I think it's a fun thing, make you laugh, you know? Let's see, let's do create options equals new payment intent, create options, and let's do amount. Amount intended to be collected by this payment. A positive integer representing how much to charge in the smallest currency unit. 100 cents to charge $1. Okay, so we have to. That's why we have to multiply it by 100. Got it. Currency is UST, correct. And then we do need an ID, don't we? Don't we need an ID for like the thing that they're supposed to be buying? Amount, USD, automatic payment method. Yes, we want that. And then we want to say if email is null or white space, then we set it. Or it's not null or white space, then we set it. Then we call var intent equals await client.v1. dot payment intent dot create async. And what is this? Does this not return anything? Creates a payment intent object. After the payment intent is created, attach a payment method, confirm to continue the payment, learn more about the available payment flows. When you use confirm true during creation. When using confirm equals true during creation is the equivalent to creating and confirming in the same call. There we go. So we're gonna do, yeah, oh yeah. Now, does this throw? This must throw. So let's do try. That. And if we get an exception, right now we're just going to eat the exception. But I'm guessing this throws. I'm guessing, let's look at the implementation of this. Let's go look at this guy. It's 7 o'clock. Is it okay if I go at 8 p.m.? You can go whenever, Suhas, man. Do your thing. Live your life. Oh, hold on. Are you guys talking about something else? Aaron, can you link the install command pretty please? Oh, the fuck? Oh, let's see. The fuck? There you go. This is the link. See you, Sean. How long should I wait before going to the gym after I eat a small meal? I don't think you need to wait at all, man. If you feel like you're up for going, go. Yeah, you don't need to wait. As long as you're not going to puke. Suhas, bro did not understand the context. Yeah, I did not understand the context. I mean, I think if you were talking about when to go to the gym, I think if you ate a small meal and you're ready to go to the gym, go to the gym. Yeah, you'll be fine as long as you're not going to throw up on the floor. What does PS readline do? PS readline is the thing that gives me the history. So you see, like when I'm typing in the terminal and you can see this. That's the main use case that I have for it. Is it shows me all my prior commands and I can cycle through it. And the way you get that is, I like that Aaron is legitimately building out his terminal setup during the stream. I love it. I love it. You can get that here. So, bump, 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 bump. There you go. And it's got instructions for installing it. QDKX, your stream has become very popular, Steven, which is difficult with coding. Are you sure? Are you Or you should consider multi-streaming now if you aren't already. Still doing the Stripe integration. So Etienne, we are still doing the Stripe integration, correct? We haven't been very productive this morning. We kind of been all over the place. We had about 30 minutes when I couldn't figure out how to handle validation on an endpoint. We've kind of been all over the place, but we are. That's what we're working on. That's what this code is meant to do over here. As far as, I don't know if my stream is popular Unique UX, but we have had more people come around the stream, which I think is good, you know, which is great. As far as multi-streaming, I don't know. The thing with the multi-streaming thing is, how do I put this? I have two thoughts about the multi-streaming thing. One thought is that's fine, but I only want to continue to stream vertically. However, people continue to tell me they want a horizontal stream. However, whenever I do stream horizontally, nobody shows up for those streams. And streaming is more fun when there's people to chat with, right? So I'm in this catch-22 of like, people tell me they want horizontal stream, but then when I stream horizontally, no one's here, which is boring for me because there's no one to talk to. Yeah. And as far as the multi-streaming thing goes, I don't know where else I would stream vertically to. I guess I could stream to TikTok vertically, but or is there a lot of programmers and coders over on TikTok? I don't know. That's pretty cool, that install module is a thing. Yeah, it is pretty cool, yeah. There's all kinds of cool stuff in PowerShell like that. Obviously, we have been all over the place because Suhas exists in your chat. ETN, progress does not equal productivity. True. That is very true. That is probably a misnomer. Steven, I'm going to actually get a job just so that I can pay you to do a vertical live stream. You mean pay me to do a horizontal live stream? Hello, they just have to tilt their phone sideways. You can both, bro. I will link you in Discord. You mean stream horizontally and vertically? Is that what you mean, Kyle? Because we did try that. We tried that here on YouTube. And I tried that with the Adium plugin in OBS. Here's the I guess while we're here, if you guys are interested in having a conversation about this, I'm curious what you all think. How do you create, and I haven't been able to solve this, and I've spent some time thinking about it. How do you create a good experience both for vertical and horizontal? You see what I mean? You kind of have to sacrifice one for the other, right? Because if this was full screen right now, right? You guys wouldn't see when I go too far to the right, right? So if I'm looking at code that's on the right side of the screen, y'all wouldn't see it. Or if I had like another window open, or if I had another file open over there, y'all wouldn't see that if you're vertical. Now, if you're horizontal, you would. So is the thought just that, well, if people don't like that they can't see everything vertically, then they just switch to the horizontal? Is that what you're saying? Aaron, I don't know. Can't you do both in silent? You can, but you sort of So if you do both, right? The layout that I have on my screen, I have to somewhat like decide, like, am I going to work so that I'm basically I'm only considering the horizontal audience, or do I work so that the vertical audience has all the context, which is what I do now, right? So it's like at some extent, somebody's going to get a worse experience, and who should get that worse experience, right? ETN, some desktop duplication on the screen with different layouts, maybe. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't know how you fix it. Because even if you duplicate your desktop, right, you still have to have like the source, what I'm using on my desktop. That's the source. So no matter how I chop it up, somebody's gonna get kind of shafted. I suppose you should find out whether your audience is primarily on phones versus desktop, right? You asked the question, you asked the right question, which is the question that I've always asked, because a large portion of the people in chat say make a horizontal stream. But then when I look at my YouTube analytics, everyone's on their phones. So, but some people might say, well, I still want to watch horizontal streams on my phone, right? Like I just happen, I watch your stream always on the phone, but I'd still like the option to watch it horizontally. So like, I don't know what the right answer is. I guess I just need to give. I think what I need to do is I need to give the people what they want, and I need to give them the option. Right. So this is my idea. Is to stream vertically, but also stream horizontally somewhere else. This is my current working idea. Stream vertically to YouTube, but also stream horizontally somewhere else, maybe Twitch, but prioritize the vertical experience, which means when people watch me horizontally, I'll just put up some like Minecraft speedrunning video on the right side of my desk on the right side of the display. So if they want to watch me horizontally, that's fine, they can. But it'll just be the left side of my screen will be the code, and the right side of my screen will be Minecraft speedrun video playing on an endless loop. Why not record horizontal, stream vertical? Let's see. Why not record horizontal, stream vertical? Unique guess. It's possible, and everyone can see all the information. So okay. So how do you do that, Unique UX? Duck boy. Honestly, I'm fine with vertical streaming, but I can understand the situation of the chat covering the code for people watching on phones. Yeah, that's fair. Average Nerd, are you using NeoVim? I am using NeoVim. Yeah, I like NeoVim, Average Nerd. What about you? What's your preferred editor of choice these days? Etienne, I think it's kind of surprising that no one has figured out a framework where the streamer streams elements of their screens and spectators can choose the layout on their end. That's a pretty cool idea. Yeah, that would be the best experience, wouldn't it? You know, where a streamer can basically say, here are the elements I would like to make publicly available. Here are the windows that I'd like people to be able to visually see. And they can arrange those however they want given the real estate that they have available to them. That would be very cool. Unique UX, it's solved. I don't think it is, man. I mean, you say it's solved, but I don't think it's solved because I've used the Adium plugin, and that definitely doesn't solve it. And I've used the built-in YouTube dual format functionality, and that for sure doesn't solve it. I don't think it's as solved as you think it is. I'm using Zed a lot recently. I like it. Actually, you know what would be even better is what would be even better, in my opinion, than even letting users pick what they want to see, how they want to see it would be awesome. Like you said, Etienne. The other alternative to it would be if you could follow. You know how have you guys ever used like live shares, like in VS Code or Visual Studio? Um, where you can follow someone's cursor, that would be cool, right? So like it would be cool if the vertical thing that you guys see moves with my cursor, like it follows my cursor around, so I never have to worry about the fact that I am on a horizontal screen and you can only see a section of it. If that vertical thing would follow my cursor around and sort of just always keep my cursor in the center of the frame, that would be cool. I would like that. Unique UX, yes, I done it. Okay, Unique UX, do you have a link to the stream where you did it? Or do you have a link to instructions on what you did? Danny, is C# OOP? Yeah, C# is definitely object oriented. I mean, you can't really, in C# you can't really have something not be part of a class. You can definitely write kind of functional code in C sharp, but C sharp inherently is an object-oriented language for sure. Aaron Jones, what is Zoxide in relation to PowerShell config? So Zoxide is actually a helper. It is a command line tool that's basically a better tool to help you navigate directories, right? So I'll give you an example. So if let's say you're in my home directory, and let's say I want to go to my Advent of Code directory, right? Well, my Advent of Code directory lives in repositories, right? So in order to get there, I have to actually go through 2 levels of directory. Ashutosh, thank you for subscribing. I actually have to go through 2 levels of directory. So I have to say repositories, and then I have to say Advent of Code, right? That's fine, but you can imagine if you're in a really nested directory, or if you were trying to do the inverse of this operation, let's say you're down in the Advent of Code directory like this, and you want to navigate back up. Well, now I have to remember, okay, I need to go up 2 directory levels, right? What Zoxide does is it basically allows you to move directories with just using the name of the directory as an entry, right? So you don't have to remember the exact paths around your machine. You can just say, if I want to go to the Advent of Code 2025 directory, I just call Zoxide and that. And what I've done is I just aliased CD to Zoxide. I think Butterscotch, one of my chatters turned me on to this, Butterscotch, and it is awesome. I probably will never ever have a machine where this isn't installed and set up. It is wonderful. And the install link for it, I would just search for Zoxide GitHub like this. And there is where you get it. It's pretty baller. It's pretty awesome. I will link you in Discord. Okay, send me the link in Discord, Unique UX, because I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of your assertions. So that will get really dizzy. Imagine you move your cursor really fast. Yeah, that could get really dizzy. Maybe there could be a little bit of lag, right? Slow it down. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of a way to where I don't have to care about framing the context, because that's the challenge when you go from vertical to horizontal and you're streaming. That's the difficulty thing, because you want to give the audience the context of what's on your screen, but if you're working horizontally, right? Well, now you have shit off to the right or to the left, depending on how you frame your stream, that they can't see, right? And maybe some people are okay with that, but I kind of feel like it's confusing. If I'm like looking at documentation and having a conversation and all you're looking at is my code, it's kind of confusing. See you, Etienne. Have a good day, man. I even had it where people on TikTok can interact with my game or whatever with GIFs. Well, that's very cool, man. Yeah, that's very cool. As far as I know, F# is the functional language of the .NET platform. It is indeed. Yes, F# is much more the functional language. But C# has slowly been... C# over the last 10 years has slowly been folding more functional things in, right? And so if you want to write your C# code in sort of kind of a more functional way, you can. But classically, it's very much an object-oriented language. Suas, I usually use a central directory like projects. I usually use a central directory like projects. So to CDP is an alias to move to my projects folder. That's a great idea. Yeah, that's another approach. I think Zoxide's really cool. I think Zoxide more naturally, it creates the behavior most people want to do naturally, which is I know the name of a folder and I just want to go to that folder, right? I don't want to have to remember the path to get there. I just want to go to it. I think that's how most people would want the CD command to work out of the box. So this was a really good recommendation. I wouldn't have known about it if I didn't stream, because it was somebody in my chat that recommended it to me. One of the benefits of streaming is you find out about stuff that other people know about that you don't. It's pretty awesome. All right. I think this is all the implementation we need. LSP restart Omnichart. Suos, that is the benefit of engaging with people. It really is. Yeah, I mean, people finding out how other people work and do things, like it makes you better. 100% it does. To do log exception. All right, so the question then becomes, if I go back to the documentation that I was looking at, this is basically the same. Payment intent create request. Yeah, okay. So now what we should be able to do is we should be able to supply our API key and we should be able to get a payment intent request. So let me do that off screen real quick so I don't dox myself. So we want app settings .development .json. And we're going to have Stripe options, which is going to be API key. That. Ali, thanks for subbing. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. So why doesn't this thing is very unhappy about the way I formatted this code, and I don't know why. Is it because of this? Oh, I'm missing a parentheses, aren't I? Somewhere. I'm missing a parentheses somewhere, aren't I? Let me put that there. Let me comment this out really quick. Reset all this. This should be async. Static. And then I just want to introduce some from body. Create payment intent. podcast. And then from services, iStripe service. So why? Whenever I add the Stripe service, it doesn't like that. Is iStripe service not a thing? iStripe service. It's right here. Right? Am I just misspelling it? Oops. Yeah, I guess I was just misspelling it. I have no idea why. Let's see. Created, change created to created at route. No, I don't want to do that. I want to do created. I don't want to do that. I don't understand what the hell is happening with my route handler. It is angry. And I don't know why. I can think of having the chat to the right of the current vertical stream to create a horizontal stream. That'd leave a lot of dead space and look weird though. Yeah, we've tried, so we tried this, we tried doing a stream like that like a week or two ago in the evening. Let me see if I can find it. We tried doing this, where was it? I can kind of show you what we ended up doing. There we go. So this was me trying to use the YouTube dual stream format. So the way we set this up was we had this is the way I set it up, and then YouTube crops this. Whoops. YouTube handles cropping this to vertical, right? So basically YouTube's idea is they show the horizontal layout to people who want to see it horizontally, and then they put your vertical cropped video, they put that in the shorts feed. The problem with this though, as you can see, nobody showed up for this. I think there was all of like 6 viewers at any given time. So I'm not sure. It's like for some reason, because I was streaming horizontally, it didn't get, I think, shown in the shorts feed. So I have no idea. I have no idea there. But it looks like Unique UX sent me something in Discord. This guy, he has all streams, vertical and horizontal. Yes, I've seen this guy, Stephen Blum. Yes, I've seen this guy. But the way he does it is he has 2 separate streams. So if you go to his lives, there'll be 2 separate streams. See that? I don't want 2 separate videos. These are the same video. So he's basically, he probably uses Atium. It's a plugin for OBS. It works, but it literally creates, you literally output 2 separate feeds from your computer to the destination platform. And then when he's doing this, he then has to keep track of what context he shows to the vertical and what context he shows to the horizontal. And so he's moving his screen around a lot to try to help with that. So I don't like this experience. I think that's a bad viewing experience myself. Obviously, y'all can have different opinions, but I definitely don't want 2 different videos on my channel. I don't want to have. And what's also weird about this is that this video here, this video will have a completely separate chat to this video. They won't be unified. So like the people that are chatting over here won't know about the people chatting over here and vice versa. They don't talk to each other. So I don't know. I understand people want it, but the analytics tell me very clearly that people are only consuming me vertically. So I don't know what to do with that information. Let's see. Steven, I want to do a small AI model which is trained on all of my commands, and it will predict my next command just like Copilot. Sounds like a fun project. You should go try that out. Steven, would you do anything special for the people who support you from before 10 subs now that you are close to 10K subs? I don't know. I don't know what I would do. What would you want? I don't know. I don't know what I would do. Suash, you have a gaming channel? Steven Gaming? I do not have a gaming channel, but I have made some gaming content on this channel before. Duckboy, agreed. I discovered you through the shorts feed after all. Yeah, I mean, I want to stay in the shorts feed. That's the thing, is I want my stream to stay in the shorts feed. If people want a horizontal way, if I can maintain the shorts feed and provide a way for people to consume me horizontally, I'll try to figure that out. But so far, every approach I've taken has been a massive L. There's a debate streamer I watched does horizontal and vertical streams on 2 different channels. It's not a bad idea. But you're still fracturing your audience, right? And I don't know if I like that idea. People are only consuming me vertically. Yeah, it sounds a little odd, doesn't it? Aaron Jones, I think that's the what everyone thinks. That thinks for streaming. I want your source code. Yeah, I mean, and all the stuff I build is on my GitHub. Like almost everything I build is just up on my GitHub, so it's all there. People can look at the code, you know. Steven, new dox yourself when you open your switching Gmail accounts on your YouTube. Yeah, well, that's okay. People are welcome to email me. My email's been publicly available for a very long time, and very few people ever send me an email. People only consume you vertically because you only live stream vertically. No, that's not true, because I streamed horizontally for a very long time, for like months, and no one was there. People only consume. Aaron Jones, I'm running into DLL errors for current theme on Neovin. Huh, DLL errors. That seems weird. The thing with current theme, let's see. The thing with the current theme that you have to do, if I remember correctly, is current theme will drop a. Oh, what you're probably running into is you probably don't have the themes installed. Like you have to have the. Did you just copy my configurations? Yeah, that's super weird. I agree with Abominable. Did you copy my configs, Aaron? Yeah, I'd be curious what errors you're getting. Yeah, current theme is just it's a plugin that lets you set what basically it allows you to persist it, so you can do telescope themes like this. And so if I change it to aquarium, it will persist into this file, or it should persist into that file. Yeah, so you can see like that way once you set it, it's set, and if you close NeoVim, it'll load your colors, your whatever theme that you had selected, it will load it back up. But I think what you're saying is you're actually getting, I'm getting errors for module not found for tree sitters. I copied your Lua folder. They aren't, they aren't DLL errors. I'm getting errors for module not found. Oh, so you have to, so if you're getting an error for current theme, you need to make sure that this file is created. And then in your Vim options, is it here? Or maybe it's in init.lua. Init.lua, where is init.lua? You have to require it. So if the error is specifically for the current theme plugin, that's why. So you put require in the init, and then in the current theme, you have something like this. I don't know if that helps at all. That's what I'm guessing is happening. Yeah, exactly. So you gotta put in your Vim in your init.lua. You can either remove or add this, but you're gonna want that in your init.lua. And then under the Lua directory, you're gonna want to put this file. I think it might actually create that file for you, honestly, if you require it. I think it might just require it automatically. But yeah, that's probably what the error is about. How do I generate it? I would just create it. Just make a new file called current-theme.lua and stick it in there. Yeah. It's one line. Looks like you can inline it. You probably could, but I think the current theme plugin actually looks for this file and writes to that file. That's what that plugin does. Because without that plugin, whenever you change themes, you just have to basically reset it every time. I believe so. NeoVim. If I remember right. It's been a minute since I screwed with this. That's a different one. Current theme. Those are all the different themes I have. And then I'm requiring current-theme. Oh, you know what? Where is that? Telescope themes. There's the plugin. That's the plugin. I kept saying current theme plugin. It's telescope themes, I think is what I'm. Telescope themes is the plugin that's doing all this. Yeah, see, it says as the extension is writing, Lua is a
Lua is a Brazilian programmer language.
I did not know that. First off, MR Group Online, that's too nice. Too nice. You don't need to super chat. But thank you very much. I do appreciate that. Yes, that is very cool. I did not know that. So that's very cool. I did not know Lua was a Brazilian programming language. But this is the reason why that current theme file exists, is because of this plugin. Telescope-themes. Steven, I sent you a visual example in Discord chat. Okay, I'm looking, Kyle. I'm looking. Yeah, but I don't think so. This I can do. This I can do. But I don't think the reason people want the reason people want a horizontal stream though, I think, is not so that I can sit next to the screen. They want a horizontal screen so they can see a whole monitor width of real estate, right? So I think that's where it becomes difficult. Like, they don't just want like an orientation where I'm sitting next to the same size vertical screen. They want the whole desktop. They want to be able to see 1920 by 1080 desktop. Show me all the windows you got, right? That's what they want. They want to be able to see the source code, multiple files. So this wouldn't solve that. These two things are the same size. This is the same size as this. So you're not accomplishing what people are like. You're not helping the folks who want what they're asking for provide them. You're basically just changing the position of, instead of a talking head floating above the screen, there's now a talking head floating to the right of the screen. That's I don't think this is the right approach. Oh, Suhash, you didn't send a message, man. No super chat message for you? Thank you very much, though, Suhash. You guys don't have to send me super chats, but I appreciate them. Bob Dole, I just want chat not to block the editor and to be able to turn my screen off and have the sound continue. But I've gotten used to it. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. That seems super valid. Okay. I did not know that. I had assumed that people just wanted to. I don't know if I assumed it. I think people have said it to me, but I had just thought that people were really just interested in seeing a horizontal layout, like what you would expect from like traditional programming content, right? Traditional streamer content. Okay, so you're saying you would actually prefer horizontal so you can turn the screen off and listen, and so you don't have the chat covering up the screen. Okay. Well, I guess I'm going to have to figure this out because it seems to be a topic of conversation. I'm going to have to figure out how to do this. I think you can do that, but with premium. No, I mean, I feel you, but yeah, okay. All right. I will take this under advisement. I will spend some more time experimenting with formats. Hold on, why I'm here? I just need to write down some notes really quick while I'm thinking here. Yeah, showing up in the shorts feed, yeah. Well, I definitely wouldn't give that up, but I think I have a couple different options. So, I can show up in the shorts feed on YouTube.
I agree, does not need to send ha.
Thank you, Mr. Group Online. It's very kind of you. Again. This is too kind of you guys. So I can show up in the shorts feed on YouTube, and then M. Jacuz, thank you for subscribing. So I guess what I'm thinking is we can do YouTube vertical plus Twitch horizontal. This is the one I think is the most compelling to me, right? Because I think it solves both of our desires, right? It's like, if you want a horizontal perspective, go over to Twitch. But I still get to show up vertically in the shorts feed, which is, I think, what lends me to being able to actually have viewership and actually have people that want to chat while I stream, which to me is what makes streaming interesting most of the time, is being able to talk to you guys. And you guys wouldn't get here unless YouTube had actually shown my stuff to you guys, right? But I could also do what Unique UX suggested, which is do 2 separate YouTube vertical plus YouTube horizontal. The downside here, though, is like the chat are not unified. And 2 separate VODs. 2 VODs on the channel. And then we could do YouTube dual format. The downside on this is viewership tanks. Stream format thoughts. Yeah, I'll have to think about it more. But I mean, I do hear what people are saying, though. I don't want you guys to think that I don't hear what you're saying. So I'll try to find a way to maybe straddle both those worlds if I can. MR group line YouTube H is like a tutorial. Yeah, exactly. That's what people are used to. People are used to folks who are doing programming and coding content. They're used to consuming it in a horizontal layout. I stopped doing that because I wanted to stream to TikTok. Then when I started streaming vertically to TikTok, I also started streaming vertically to YouTube. And when I started streaming vertically to YouTube, that's when my viewership and my engagement really increased a ton. So then I just stuck with it, right? And now I notice whenever I go back to streaming horizontally on YouTube, my viewership and engagement falls off a cliff, right? So that's where that's the contention for me. I also hope you guys don't mind that I'm going on and on about this. I can stop talking about this if this is not interesting to you guys. We can go back to the code. You are getting pushed hard on YouTube Shorts right now, but it's really not optimal to actually watch your stream on mobile screen. In the actual live, the chat UI occupied like half the screen already. Okay, see, yeah, that's what Bob said too. It's la cool, I think is how I say your username. I'm just gonna call you Itzla. Yeah, that's what Bob said too. So I totally understand that. It's not ideal. So yeah, it's not ideal. I hear you. Weird, but showing merged chats on screen kind of works. I've chatted with Twitch viewers through YSAP stream. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, that's a super good idea. Okay, guys, I think we have some I think we're gonna have some experimental streams in our future. That's a really good idea. Why hadn't I thought of that? Let's see. Let's see. Not unified chats. Solve with displaying chat on stream. That's a good idea. I hadn't thought about that. This is why it's good to talk this out. We're rubber ducking on how to solve content creation issues. I like this. Suggest a laptop under $800. I think if I was gonna buy a laptop for less than $800, I'd probably buy an M4 or an M3 or an M2 Mac. I tried to find like, I saw on Amazon the other day there was an M4 Mac, like the base model for like $749. That's probably what I would recommend. Like I think that's probably your best, because I think once you fall off, once you fall into the $800 laptop range on the Windows side, now you're making all sorts of compromises on processor, SSD. Like you're having to give up a lot once you drop below the like. If you can't get up into that $1,000 price point on the Windows side, I think you're really selling yourself short. So that then I just hop over to the Mac OS side. So we'll get a MacBook, whatever you can afford for $800, whatever the newest M chip is that you can get. That's probably what I would do. Suhas, by the way, Stephen, please use an Obsidian. What, you don't like my note take? I do use Obsidian, but I don't use Obsidian for small one-off things. This is my current to-do list process, where if I have something that I want to, because I'm kind of obsessive about keeping my desktop clean. So if there's files on my desktop, I delete them pretty obsessively. So what I do now is I will put a file on the desktop like this, and then the next time I need to look at it, I'll look at it and be like, well, what was in here? Why did I put this in here? This will remind me, and then I'll delete the file. This is my ephemeral. This is like my ephemeral note-taking system or to-do system. Anything that I want to keep long-term, though, goes in Obsidian for sure. I want to use something new like org mode. Lenovo ThinkPad T480. Oh, that's not a bad recommendation. I don't know what those go for though. So I don't know. Like on the Windows side, I feel like you make some pretty big trade-offs when you start getting below the $800 mark myself. Get ThinkPad and upgrade it. That's it. Yeah, but can you still upgrade it for $800? Let's see, MR Group Online, $1,000. I buy a new Mac here. Yeah, but the new Mac, for $1,000 on the Windows side, you can actually get a pretty decent amount of RAM. But on the Mac side, you can't, right? You're kind of stuck with the base configuration on the RAM side. Aaron Jones, I know this is a silly question, but should I be running PowerShell as admin or not? I don't run PowerShell as admin. I only run PowerShell as admin when I install new things, or if I am struggling with permission issues, I'll usually use an elevated session. But for the most part, I just run it like the current user. I don't use an admin. Macs have all sorts of compromises as well, I'm afraid. I'd recommend going with secondhand. Interesting. Okay. I don't know if I'd do secondhand. For $800, buying a secondhand machine? I don't know. $800 is a weird price point, because you're already spending $800. What's another? Why can't you wait and spend another $200 to get to that 1,000 price point where most of the good value lives? So $800 is kind of a weird. It's kind of a weird budget, because it's like, you can get a MacBook, but then you're kind of limited to the base MacBook. But if you're in the Windows world, you're kind of selling yourself short on processor, RAM, storage combinations. Like you're going to have to give up one of the three to get to that price point. To me, it's just it's a difficult budget to make a good decision. Norsec Steven, they go for max $200. Oh, that's not bad. You can upgrade it and it'll probably be cheaper than $800. I don't know, Norsec, with RAM prices these days. I don't know if you can. So you buy a used laptop for $200. You want to swap out the processor to something new. You want to drop in a 2 terabyte SSD, and you want to stick 16 gigabytes of RAM. I don't think you're getting under the $800 price point, Norsec. I don't think you're doing it. But here I am getting Lenovo LOQ i5 13 Gen with RTX 3050 with 16 gigabytes, 512. That seems like a good deal. How much was that, Amba? Was that in your $800? gigabyte laptop, i7, 13 gen, 8 gigs, 4060. That seems like a good deal. Those are all $800? Core i9, 32 gigabytes of RAM, 4 gigabytes Radeon, and a 512 gigabyte SSD. That's not bad either. All those were $800 machines. Those seems like really, really good deal for 800 bucks. Yeah, it's around 8. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, great. What a great deal. Yeah, i9. I don't know about the i5. I don't think I would pick the i5 myself, but i7, i9. Yeah, I could get down. Get it refurbished. Yeah, that's not bad at all. 512. So like I'm kind of, I don't know, maybe I'm bougie, but like I'm now at the point where like I'm never gonna buy a laptop with less than 16 gigabytes of RAM. I'm never gonna buy a laptop with less than 2 terabytes of SSD. I'm just not gonna do it. In 2025, I'm not buying a machine that has 8 gigabytes of RAM and 256 gigabytes of storage. I'm just not doing it anymore. I'm not doing it. I refuse. I will save as long as I need to save to not buy that machine because that's just not in today's world. I mean, 512 gigabytes goes, it doesn't go anywhere, especially if you want to put a game on the thing or do anything with video editing. Like it doesn't take you anywhere. And 8 gigabytes of RAM gets swallowed whole when you open Edge. Like it's just, or Chrome. It's just, yeah, I'm not doing it. I make a NAS to compensate for the lack of drive space. Yeah, but then a NAS is a shit ton of money. A NAS, like I spent $1,000 on my NAS. So what? You buy a laptop for $800, and then you got to buy $1,000 NAS to make up for the lack of drive. That doesn't that doesn't make any sense. You should have just spent $200 and gotten the 2 terabyte drive. Like I don't know. I doesn't make sense to me. Yeah, I don't believe in buying laptops that have those specs. Nah, open source it. Okay, how do you open source a NAS? How do you open source a network attached storage device? I host with Open NAS. So Open NAS. Okay, so but how do you pay for the storage? Open source it with the content. Open NAS. You can go with a graphical laptop under really expensive. I am the storage on my desktop. Wait. Okay, then I don't think that this is not a valid comparison. I don't think this, like, you have a desktop computer that has a significant amount of storage, and you're saying, well, I buy a cheaper laptop with less storage, and then I store whatever overflow I have on my laptop or the needs I have for my laptop. I put that on my desktop, which I treat like a NAS. But that, again, we're talking about a situation where you have 800 bucks to spend on a laptop, right? And I'm assuming there's no other considerations. But now we're bringing in other considerations. My wife I thought I heard my wife say my name. Yeah, I don't know. 800 bucks. I'm probably just gonna wait and get the $1,000, the $1,200 to get a decent spec laptop. But I'm definitely not buying 8 gigabytes of RAM and 256 gigabytes of SSD. I'm never doing it again. You can't make me. You can't make me do it. So you have the power of the PC and the portability of the laptop. Yes, but you've spent more than $800 because now you have now you're talking about a desktop PC that you had to spend money on to get. So where did you how much money did you spend on your desktop? Let's see. For me, I need to run Hercules emulators for Z/OS, mainframe OS, and basic editing. Fair enough. Let's see. I use those machines as servers as part of a Proxmox setup. Oh, interesting. You use the laptops as servers? Nice. That's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. Okay, I cannot figure out what's wrong with this handler. So I'm going to make a static. Let's see. I'm going to make a static function that. Well, I actually don't know what the signature should be. It should be like iResult, right? Static async task iResult. Yeah. And then we're going to delete this. Okay, there's something definitely broken. Is it my NeoVim? There's something definitely broken in my editor. Each being a noted Proxmox. I think that's really cool. That's a great way to get some compute. Oh my goodness. There we go. I'm having all kinds of issues this morning. Take a coffee? Yeah. I do need more coffee. Well, it's 8:18. I don't usually stream this long. Flashbang. It was a flashbang. Okay, so for whatever reason, my LSP was all screwed up. But this is now correct. So we want to do created. And we don't... Do we want to do intent? Yeah, we want to do intent. Why do I have to provide the URL, the URI to created? Created URI minimal. Because I don't actually want to return a link. You know, because I'm not actually gonna expose it. So I wonder if I should just return okay. Okay. Now we need to do what we originally set out to do, which was to set our API key. So we're going to say notepad, source, grounds for support app settings. I'm going to do this off screen. And I want to make sure I use the right Stripe stuff. I have like a test Stripe account that I use for streaming because I don't want to leak my actual Stripe information because that would be bad. Like test. Yeah, I don't know if you guys knew this, but you're not supposed to link credentials publicly. That's that's actually a really good security practice. I love the coffee cam. Really feels like a production because of the title. It's awesome. You mean when I actually get up and go make coffee, like we did for Advent, or like we did for Advent of Code? I can bring it back if you guys want. For sure, I can bring it back. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can for sure bring it back. I just haven't done it the last couple days just because the only reason I was doing it was because I was making those brewed coffees. But if you guys like the coffee can, we can bring it back. I'm always open to doing stuff to make the stream more enjoyable for you guys. I mean, it's always enjoyable for me. I always have a good time, but I also want to make sure that you guys have a good time. So I'm always open to feedback. I might tell you to fuck off. I'll be honest. You might ask me to do something. I'll say fuck off. But if it doesn't mean that that I don't welcome it. Where's the code? Okay, so I'll put our API key over here. And close that. All right, so now we'll start our app again. And we'll do... Let's see, what happened? What happened? Error while validating the service descriptor. Stripe service. Unable to resolve service for type HTTP client. While it's... Oh, yep. That is a real error. So whenever you're... This is a .NET thing. I don't know how many of you guys are .NET developers, but whenever you're using dependency injection, whenever I declare an HTTP client here, that means I'm asking for the framework to essentially give it to me, which means I have to actually go up here and I have to register the HTTP client factory. So I would say builder.services.add HTTP client like this. And that doesn't add one HTTP client. What it does is it adds the HTTP client factory, and that factory handles the creation of the clients because there's some smart stuff that you're supposed to do when you're instantiating HTTP clients so that you don't exhaust particular things on your machine. So you just kind of let the smart people who wrote that, we'll just reuse that, right? We won't try to handle that ourselves. So now we can restart the application, and now it should hopefully start successfully. There we go. So let's go back over here, and let's put a valid amount. API key cannot be an empty string. Well, damn it. Okay, why is API key an empty string? So that has something to do with our configuration not binding to our options class. So we are binding, yep. So see how I have Stripe here, and I used Stripe options. So what we want to do is we want to say this is name of Stripe options, like that. And then we'll go back and we will restart, and hopefully this time it'll work. put it in a .env file. So the way you can put it in the env file, when I deploy this, I'll probably use environment variables to actually provide the API key. But in .NET, the way you actually most of the time do configuration is usually use the app settings file. It loads that by default, app settings.json or app settings.environment names.json. That's typically what you use. Or you can use you can also use user secrets. That's another way you can load credentials in when you're developing locally. When I deploy, I almost always use environment variables usually. But locally, I almost always use app settings.json. It's just easier to work with. Because if you want to use a .env file in .NET, then you have to bring in a third-party package to load the .env file. It's not .NET doesn't just ambiently load .env files, but it does automatically load app settings files. All right, let's try this. Hey, there we go. Okay, so we actually created an intent because we got back our client secret. Let's see. I wonder if in my dashboard, can I see that intent? So let's see, Stripe, how to view payment intents. I want to see it in the dashboard. Log into your Stripe dashboard, check transactions, go to the payments tab or transactions page to see a list of all payments, including successful payments intents. Oh, so only successful ones show up there? Payments. I don't see any usages. I'm looking at my Stripe dashboard right now. Transactions. Oh, I see that. No, I do see it under transactions. Okay, cool. So look. Looky there. We got ourselves a, oh, this is also, why is this dark? Why is this light mode? Is there a dark mode for this? Settings. Anybody know how to turn on dark mode on the Stripe dashboard? Okay, cool. That's very exciting. So we're actually talking to Stripe. I mean, look at us. I'm like an actual programmer. See you, Unique UX. Have a good day. I'm watching you while I drive. I should probably go. You should indeed go. Don't watch me and drive. This sounds dangerous. This sounds very dangerous. Cool. All right, so we're actually talking to Stripes. Now we need to handle the front end, right? So let's go over here. Let's do grounds for support. Let's go to our fizzy board. Let's see, we did that. We did that. Implement payment intent creation on server. We basically did that. We need to... We still need to write tests for this, though. So I'm going to leave that one open. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm happy with that progress. I mean, it wasn't a lot of progress considering how much time I've been live for. I've been live for like 4 hours, and we barely implemented a single endpoint. So I'm sure there's some AI GigaChat programmers out there that are like balking. But I had a good time. I hope you guys had a good time. So I'm gonna hop off. You could probably install a dark mode extension and enable it for the Stripe dashboard only. Yeah, I'll have to look. I'll have to poke around. I'm not, like I said, I'm super new to Stripe, so I'm sure there's a lot of stuff with the Stripe UI and the Stripe API that I don't know. So hopefully I'll get more familiar over it. I think honestly, I think give me another couple days and we'll have this thing ready to go. Famous last words. 2 days. 2 days. Famous. What a great way to estimate work for a project. Just give me another 2 days. But yeah, so I have some homework to do. I need to figure out the horizontal stream thing. Obviously, we talked about that, so I need to figure out what to do there. Yeah, I need to figure out what to do there. I don't know what the right answer is, but I'll figure that out. How do I become a C# god? I don't know, man. I'm not a C# god. My recommendation would be write a lot of C#. Follow Stephen Tobe. Listen to everything Stephen Tobe says. Listen to everything David Fowler says. Listen to everything Damian Edwards says. Watch all of Mads Torgeson's videos that he's given presentations on C#, the language. Follow the guy who builds RavenDB, Oren. His name's Oren. RavenDB founder. Oren Eni, I think is how you say his name. I think he's Israeli. He builds a database called RavenDB, and the whole database is implemented in C#. He's got a really great blog, pretty good YouTube channel that he makes content on from time to time. I'd follow him. He seems like a very capable C# developer. If you don't know who Stephen Tobe is the guy that writes the performance. Stephen Tobe. This guy, he writes the performance blog posts every year for .NET. I'd follow all his work. He's obviously incredibly smart. But yeah, I guess it's hard for me as someone who's not a C# god to advise you on how to become a C# god, right? That's difficult to do. I wish I could be more assistance. All right, chat. Let's wrap up. So there's 20 of us. Okay, we're back to normal numbers. Okay, this feels much more natural. If you're new here and you want to come back for a future stream, I normally stream from 4:15 in the morning to about 7 a.m. in the morning. I'll just drop my schedule there in the chat. And that's Central Standard Time. So I realize if you're in the United States and you're plus and minus an hour of me, I know that's super fucking early. So I get it. But if you see me live and you want to stop in, you're drinking your morning coffee and hang out, I would love that. What else? Oh, if you want to interact with us outside of chat, the best place to find us is our Discord. So if you want to talk to me or anyone in chat outside of the stream, the best place to find us is our Discord. So go check that out. No pressure. You don't have to join. It's totally okay. You don't have to come. But if you want to come, we are welcoming. And other than that, I hope I'll see you tomorrow morning. If I don't see you tomorrow morning, maybe I'll see you in the comments of a live stream. Or, sorry, not a live stream. The comments of a short or a video. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your Saturday. And if it's Sunday for you, have a great rest of your Sunday. And I'll talk to you guys later. All right, Duck. See you, Duck. Bye, Suhas. Bye, PP. Bye, Bob Knoll, if you're still here. Bye, Unique UX. I think you already left. Let's see. Amba, if you're still here. Bye, Amba. Bye, MR Group Online. Appreciate all the super chats, ma'am. That was way too kind of you. I think I got everybody. Aaron Jones, I hope you got your terminal configured the way you want it. I don't think I have anything else from anybody else, huh? All right. Bye, guys. Bye, chat. Bye. Bye. See y'all. Appreciate you guys.